welcome back to Tales from the Hearth, Starfarers. It hasn't been that long since we saw you, but I miss you anyway. Let's get started the way we always do with some introductions. Hi, I'm James. I'm your party traumatizer and game master today. I use she, they pronouns. You can find me on TikTok at NiceOneJames. I got confused for a minute. On TikTok at NiceOneJames and on Twitter and Instagram at TTRPGay. You can also find me on a very special podcast this week that I'm guessing will be mentioned in a few minutes. So I'll save that for my close good friend VJ. And that's all from me. Let's follow that segue and pass it to VJ.
Hi everybody, my name is VJ Harris. I use he, him, and they, them pronouns. Definitely almost forgot my own pronouns. You can find me everywhere at VJH Creations, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, pretty much any social media. And yeah, as James was saying, James and another friend, Dylan, were on my podcast, VJ Talks, this week. We talked about Dragon Age, world building, and more. The more was bigotry, for anybody wondering. It was a fun little time, and if anybody wants to go listen to that, you can. And anything else to add? Nope. Let's commit war crimes.
Let's not commit war crimes. But, I mean, also follow your joy. Anyway, let's pass it over to Grace.
Hi everyone, I'm Grace. I use she, her pronouns. You can find me on Twitter at LMAO Grace with 2 E's and on TikTok at Valkyrie's cousin. I'm just happy to be here and I love my friends so much and I'm excited for it to be a normal one today, as usual. Yeah.
It, as always, will be especially normal. And let's pass it to someone who is always exceedingly normal, TT.
Hi. I am TT. You can find me at TT Pratt on everything. I'm in the middle of frantically trying to finish my dinner, so I'm gonna pass it on to someone else. Oh yeah, I never say my pronouns. I always forget. They, Eddie.
Hell yeah. God, I am... Yep, I don't know what I was gonna say. It's fine. We'll pass it over to the other half of the excellent shirt today brigade. Sweet.
Hey, hello. I am Sweet. You can find me anywhere, most places, _Sweet Stories, posting about, oh my god, you guys know my little plants I shared about last week? They're already budding. So over the break, I'll post a little photo of my little plants. They're very tiny, but they're very cute.
Oh my god, we love a little plant. And last but never least, someone who plays a very big plant.
Great segue.
Thank you. I'm actually really proud of that one.
That was very good. Hey folks, I'm Jess. I use she, they pronouns. You can find me on the internet at Seriously, and I'm just gonna be having such a normal time today. I can't wait to be so happy and normal.
You and me, brother. Also, Miller, put your social media in the chat. Be sure to follow our wonderful, incredible, very lovable, one of my favorite people in the world, stream producer, Miller. We love him. Tell them they're doing a great job in the chat. That is
Miller, you're doing a great job.
Fucking good job. Anyway, even though you say ka-chow literally as we go live every time, I still love you and you're doing a great job. Let's start with some announcements as well. Be sure to follow us in all the places. If you've been here before, you know the drill. You can find us on Twitter at StarlightTales_ for weekly updates as to our programming, as well as currently a little dice giveaway that's going on as we get closer and closer to 1,000 followers. There's some very nice dice. If you're not already following over there and you haven't already retweeted it, I also almost said reblogged. Whoops. If you haven't retweeted it, be sure to go and do that. There's some very, very nice dice. And yeah, love it over there. You can find us on TikTok at StarlightTales_ as well for moments from your favorite shows. Follow us on YouTube at Starlight Tales for VODs of said shows. If you see a clip and you're like, God damn, I need to watch that whole thing right now. Relatable, that's on YouTube. Also, you can technically follow us on Tumblr at Starlight Tales. I don't know if anything's happening over there, but if it is, I'm sure Diana is having a great time as our social media manager. Also, speaking of beautiful, wonderful, incredible dice, we are really good friends with the lovely people over at Die Hard Dice and their Dice affiliate program. So if you're looking to get a new character set or maybe a fun set to ruin your players' lives with your GM, or any other gaming accessories, be sure to head over to Die Hard Dice and use the code STARLIGHT10 at checkout for 10% off your order and get some really cool stuff. And also, they roll so well. That game the other day where we rolled like 17 nat 20s or something like that, most of those were dice from Die Hard. So I'm just saying. No promises, but I'm just saying. Do we have any other Oh, also be sure we will not be here in 2 weeks. Unfortunately, next time you want to see us, we'll be here in 3 weeks. So you get a little extra week to ruminate on the trauma that will probably happen today. However, you can join us this Sunday for the return of our gothic horror game, Tales from Beyond Crow Lane, also an exceedingly normal time. Tales from the Starlight Ocean will not be happening this Saturday. I believe will be happening next Saturday, but check the Twitter just in case I just lied. And if I did, I'm so sorry. Is that it for announcements? Do we have anything else?
TD just posted some very fun stuff on
Hell
Twitter,
yeah.
so go follow TD and check it out at TT_Brett. There you go.
Nice.
Sweatpants.
Yeah.
I also just remember one more announcement. Hey, we have a Patreon. So if you're looking at the world and going, my God, would I love to support some queer and trans people right now? First of all, thank you. Second of all, you can do so at Patreon. We have tiers at all kinds of levels and some really, really cool exclusive content. We do a special live stream every month for our highest little tier. I believe it's a $10 tier of Pirate Kings. And it's a great time. So you should swing by if you have the funds and want to support us. And if you do, I'm giving you a little kiss on the forehead. I hope you can feel it. And I believe that's it. So without further ado, let's grab a nice blanket and a snack and settle in for today's Tale from the Hearth. And welcome back. We're going to do a little recap about the last time we saw our beloved party. However, my brain isn't working, so I'm going to pass it over to one of my favorite people at this table, VJ, who I have bribed with DM Inspiration to give the recap. VJ, the table is yours.
Thank you. I want y'all to know I did not have to be bribed for this, but I will take it.
I did anyway.
All right, so at the start of last session, we joined Ventress in a nightmare of Sunder's making. Her and Birch had seemingly run off and abandoned all responsibilities, but the sudden nature of the departure raised some alarm bells for Ventress, and she was quickly able to realize this wasn't real. With the illusion shattered, Sunder appeared to Ventress fully formed and tempted her with the love and adoration of her father, something she has never had. With a promise to consider what he was offering her, Sunder released her from the dream with a parting gift, the removal of her arcane exhaustion. Back at the barracks, Pomali and Willow and Siren and Flint were curled up together. Ventress, upon waking up, jumped into bed with Pomali and Willow, not realizing it wasn't Pomali, curled into her before being shaken awake. Corin and Kangal walked in and watched that as it was revealed that Ventress no longer has her arcane exhaustion and was considering a deal with Sunder. Corin also admitted to having been propositioned, but avoided answering what exactly was offered to him. The group made their way down to the breakfast, continuing the conversation around potentially taking a deal from Sunder, and for a brief moment, Ventress saw the sword that had been offered to her in the dream. Eventually, they set off toward the summit, Willow pulling Pomali to the side for a quick but passionate kiss, and Corin letting Ventress know he would support whatever decision she made. Willow then apologized to Ventress for how she reacted during the conversation about the deal. Upon finding out the Divine Summit had been moved, a cleric of Kalara opened up a doorway to a demi-plane using the token given to them. Entering the chamber where some of the gods already were, the energy became immediately foul, as most of the gods gawked at the counselors as if they were a sideshow. Hijinks ensued, specifically with Willow trying to remove a lipstick stain from their shirt, the same color Promali was wearing, and at that moment reapplying. It became abundantly clear to everyone in the room the pair had moved away from their platonic relationship to something else. Eventually, all the gods arrived, Vinadra and Zirian the last to show, and the summit began. Kalara informed everyone the runes were getting sicker, and interacting with them was making her sicker as well, and the heart had been corrupted. King Gaul stepped forward to explain the situation that had happened with the mind flayers about the idol fire and how there'd been a sickness, and they'd had to burn everything to try and make it possible for them to recoup their numbers moving forward, and also suggested we had to do that as well. And the Starfarers let us know that there was a summit of pirates happening, as they had been warned about a great cataclysm approaching. Zirian then asked the counselors how we should proceed with protecting the people and the heart. Corin said we need to get all the people off the island, but was unsure of what should happen with the heart. Ventress stepped forward to ask what the plan was besides allowing the end of the world to happen, and with a very keen insight, Willow could tell that Zirian was asking for any plan and that this was a last resort, but we were at that point. And we kind of left off at the end of that session with the counselors being invited to go and speak with Zirian a little bit more privately. And yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened last week.
Excellent.
Look
Thank you so
at
much for
you.
that.
Wow.
Excellent
Good
read.
job.
Please take your very well-earned point of DM
Wow.
inspiration. And with Pengal setting off back home and our party standing here in a very quickly emptying room in the Divine Summit, you are standing here. What would you like to do?
As the gods are heading out before we go to Zirian, is Celios in the room?
They can be.
Yeah.
You see, there's like a couple gods that have set off, a couple are kind of lingering around. It's like 50-50, but yeah, you see Celios hovering over kind of in the area of Farista just was. Looks like they're kind of like very quickly skimming through the notebook that you saw them working out of earlier.
Yeah. She's just gonna hop over there.
Sure.
And just kind of put her hand on the desk to wait till they're not really like a forum, right? So whenever she can figure out they're looking at her.
Yeah, that like kind of swirling light. As you approach, you get like 2 steps away and you see the book kind of eases shut. And the head part of this sort of humanoid form turns up. And you catch that same kind of whiff of incense as Celio says, "Oh, hello. Is there something I might assist you with?"
Yes. Was it yesterday? Yes, yesterday we stopped by and I was asking if you had any potions that I could collect or whatnot. And you were saying maybe I could pick them up here.
Yes, I've actually left them with a cleric just outside of the summit. I wasn't sure when I would see you again, so it's waiting for you in the Arcane Focus Library, which you would know is that sort of area where the door appeared.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you so much, by the way,
of course,
for getting that together.
Is there anything else you might need?
The potions themselves, what exactly are they, and like what do they're healing potions, but like what kind, if you don't mind me asking?
Of course. I had my assistant gather a number of potions at different levels for your needs. I also, and you see, Celio's kind of like inclines his head a little bit, almost as if looking at the rest of the room, and then leans into you slightly.
Mm-hmm.
You, without even an insight check, you get the sense that like he is not hiding this from the gods, but there are other mortals in this room. And Celio says, "I've also spent the better part of the last night working on, I don't know if it works yet, but we've been working on a sort of James is forgetting the word, for lack of a better word, prototype of a potion that could help at least a bit with the symptoms that you all have been experiencing, as well as Kalara and Vinadra. I don't know for certain how much it will help, but I've included a few of those as well."
Got you. Is this the symptoms of the mark, or specifically the illness with the okay, with the mark? Okay.
Well, the magic that seems to be siphoning away.
Okay, gotcha. do these potions help at all with people feeling ill, or at all? Like if I were to...
General illness, not as much, but we do have a few things around the clinic that may be able to assist with symptoms more than root causes.
Thank you so much
of
for your
course.
help. That was all. You have a good rest of your day, Celia.
You as well. If there's anything you need, please don't be afraid to stop by.
Thank you. Head off to the group.
Liz kind of nods a little bit and picks up the book and disappears.
I think after the meeting kind of adjourned, Willow like stepped away from most of the people just to like have a minute to themselves and kind of like steps into a corner trying to like regulate themselves and not doing a very good job. Would it be possible for me to run into Etris, the goddess?
Sure. Yeah. You kind of step into this corner, and you find that it is a little bit more well lit than you expected, as sort of standing at one of the windows in the open air section of this room is Etris, the goddess of homemaking and the moon. You see she's this sort of like all angles figure, like 5'9" has this kind of same bluish purple skin that Atrin, her twin, has. But their silver hair is far longer and almost touches the ground, and their features are just a little bit softer. And sort of hearing your footsteps approach, Adris turns to look at you and goes, "Oh, hi."
Sorry. I didn't
It's
realize
alright.
this was occupied.
It's all right. It's a small space, I think. So
Yeah.
I can go if you
No,
need a moment.
please. No, it's alright. How are you?
Kind of like gives you this very like fond, kind of like motherly smile and laughs a little bit. I have been better. How are you?
Yeah, same. I visited your part of the galaxy. It was one of the last places my group visited before we settled on Thalin. And I remember it well.
How did you like it?
I mean, Thalin, I consider my home, but your system is about as close as a feeling as you could get outside of here, I think.
I feel the same. I don't get to visit as much as I would like, but they seem to be doing well anyway. So
Interesting people there.
Quite fond of light. Kind of like gives you this sidelong glance, in a sort of like loving nod to the Doptera, these sort of humanoid moth people who, goddamn, do they love light, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, very fond of shiny things.
That might be my fault, I think. And you see she laughs and like gives off this sort of just like faint silvery moonlight glow for just a moment.
Anyway, I'll leave you to it.
If there's anything, I know that I'm not exactly a deity whose domain is particularly helpful here. But I hope you know if there's anything I can do, I will see that it's done.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. I appreciate you. So
just kind of gives a nod and like steps away and then realizes they just don't know where they're going, and so gravitates back towards their friends.
Sure. From like as you're kind of walking back a few feet off, you see most of the other gods are like talking amongst themselves or leaving, but Tavran is like 15 feet away, still kind of like seated in his chair, and he's giving you a very like measured look, as if they are trying to judge if you need him or if it would be better if they stayed away. And he kind of just like watches you, and if you make eye contact, kind of like raises their eyebrows at you in question.
I think Willow's carefully kind of held together expression from their interaction with Estrus kind of breaks a little bit, and they like try to piece it back together and don't quite meet their eye properly.
Yeah.
And I think kind of their step just falters a little bit, as if they're like feeling the pull towards him, but I think continues on to their friends with like, I don't think like there even needs to be a nod or a glance into Vren's direction, but Willow acknowledges the exchange.
For just a moment, you kind of feel this like warm breeze encircle around you, and it smells the way that like forests smell in the morning just after rain. As you know, this is just a little bead of Tavren's magic that has kind of followed after you. Just a little reminder that you're not alone. And he stands and he leaves as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Look at the rest of them.
Yeah. Did we do we want to follow Syrian? Do we want to talk first, see how we're feeling, get some questions together, or?
I mean, I have a lot of questions.
Excellent.
We haven't been very
know
good about
what
letting
else
you
there
in
is
on
to
it.
say about it, but
Okay.
God, I can't believe we came back to this.
I know. I think any questions that we have about Sunder, we should go ahead and ask Syrian now. And maybe regroup after that. Yeah. I think with like a gentle, like corralling, Pamali will kind of like pull whoever's next to her and like hold them by their side and start walking towards the door that Syrian made.
Yeah, you guys start walking. You see Kesis, Captain Kesis of the Starfarers, who was kind of like talking a few feet away to Atrin. Looks up and sees you guys are leaving and will kind of like break away from Atrin a little bit and try to like catch your elbow, Flint, and just lean in and say, "Hey, can I have a minute?"
Yeah.
Okay. They'll kind of like pull you just a few feet off, not that far. And you see like before when she came in, like they were like professional with the jacket on and the buttons done and stuff, in a very like I've done this before and I don't really care way. Now it is very much in like a shoulders straight, like they've shifted into captain mode, which I think is something that you know very well. It's, you know, when there's any kind of danger present while you're out, this is the Kesis that you see. And she kind of folds her arms a little bit and looks around the room and leans into you and says, look, I don't really know what the fuck we've walked back into, but I would like to. So if you don't mind, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind staying with them. Just for a while.
Yeah. No, I was thinking about that anyway.
Okay. Good.
I wanted
safe?
to go find like Birch and fill Birch in on what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, and I'll go back. Me and Novena will head back and talk to the others. If you need anything, let me know. Be safe. Atron was just asking me to start getting stuff together in case we have to take more people onto the ship. Not that we can fit that many, but yeah.
I think Flint kind of like shuffles their feet for a minute, just looking probably the least comfortable that you've seen them look in a very long time.
Yeah.
They're a very comfortable person.
Sure.
And I think after a minute of just kind of like opening their mouth and then closing it and opening it and closing it, Flint just kind of like awkwardly punches your arm and just goes, "You're good. Good, great, Captain. Great, good, Captain."
Thanks.
You're
You're
good.
You're good,
great.
bosun. Oh, okay.
No, I'm still going. Let me shush while I continue. Great
Well,
and good. So, bye.
Kisses just kind of like stands there for a minute and watches you go, and very clearly makes the choice like, I don't know what that's about, and I don't have time to unpack it. And we'll kind of like give you a very strange nod and walk off, and all of you can continue. You're following after where you saw Zirian go, right? Cool. So, Zirian and Venedra both kind of disappeared around the corner from the little like balcony open air area that was behind those two chairs they sat in. And no other god is heading in that direction, so it is easy enough for you to kind of walk out and around the corner. And what you see just to your right is a very similar to the door that was created for you to get here. You see another one, and this one is sort of like dark, rough stone with one just like a gleaming, intricate silver doorknob just to the right. And you can kind of see like this sort of like lightly crackling like black magic around, like literally like the color black magic around the edges of the door.
I think Flint catches up with the others and kind of steps up next to Willow. And just under their breath, kind of to themselves more than anything, they just say, should have given her a hug.
I think you feel like Will hears it, but doesn't really have anything to say back. But just kind of like two fingers, kind of just like tap your shoulder.
All right, we're gonna go talk to a god.
Go ahead, yeah. Pamela goes and knocks on the door.
The door, you kind of give it a knock, and it just creaks open slightly, as if it were already unlocked for you.
I think she just like creaks it open and just like waits for everybody else to go in.
Yeah, absolutely. You open it and step through, and all of you are immediately like the sound of it's sort of like it was almost like a very soft like thrumming that was being in this space that was created by Kalara. This was like pure magic. And as you step in, that fades away and is replaced by the sound of sort of like rough seas crashing against rock, against a cliffside. You can kind of smell like sea spray and just the faintest hint of like lavender and incense as you step into what is a home. A fairly nice, cozy home. For just a second, I think it occurs to each of you, like, did we just get transported into someone's house onto Thelen? And then as you sort of like step into this kitchen-like area, you see divination tools that have been kind of like put off to the side on a table where in the center there's this sort of like slightly glowing bluish flower. And you see sort of like on the island, healing herbs of just all kinds kind of tucked away beside a kettle and a cold cup of tea. And hanging over one of the chairs at the table is a very familiar black cloak, which right now seems to be made of just fabric, but a moment ago seemed to be made of pure shadow. And just behind this table you see there is this sort of like door that is glass, but there's like a wooden shade pulled over it and it is creaked open just a little bit as you are in Zirian and Venedra's home. And you don't see Zirian, but that door is open for you.
Can I look around?
Sure, what are you looking for? Make me an investigation. Just be a nosy.
Snooping, yeah.
Good for you.
Let's see, investigation. That is a 14.
14. Anyone else snooping?
I think Willow just kind of like stiffens just like a little bit and kind of looks at everyone and is like, "Do you guys want to take your shoes off?"
Is that should we?
These are a designer and they go with my outfit, so.
Flint.
No, I understand that. I respect that.
Thank you. Interesting.
Yeah.
Can I see the floor? Is the floor dusty? Then I'll take my shoes off. If it's clean, then yeah.
Floor's clean.
Oh, okay, then yeah, she'll take her shoe
Yeah.
off.
Corn too.
With your 14 Ventress, you kind of, I think what you note more than anything is the like amount of healing herbs that are here, and that like you can kind of see on the counter there's like a little trace of some like dried leaves, almost as if somebody was scooping and just a little bit fell over the side. You sort of vaguely remember that conversation with both Benadra and Cilios, where they both sort of said without saying that they were trying literally everything they could. And I think looking at this like huge mass of healing herbs and how many of them are mostly full, you get the sense that this is sort of the product of that, of just every morning Benadra tries something a little different, and every morning it does not work. But I'd be like, you see, it's not like, you don't see really any food in here on account of they don't have to eat. They are gods. But there are like a couple little touches that really make this feel like a home. There's, like that flower on the table, and you see there's sort of like a notepad on the counter with a pen next to it where you can sort of see like the imprint and a tear line as if somebody like wrote a very quick note to like hide in a pocket or something like that. It's very cozy in here.
I think Ventress is gonna, she looks around the table, just like straighten some chairs and
Sure.
stuff, like just how she used to be, trying to make it look neater.
Yeah, as you kind of walk over to this table and you start straightening things, you get a little bit of a glance through that crack in the door, and you see the very familiar figure of Zirian kind of leaning on a railing on a balcony that overlooks what looks like a fairly stormy sky and sea. They don't turn. He's just kind of sitting there.
And there's a door, like,
Yeah, there's
there?
slightly a door, kind of a jar door. There's a door jar.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
noticed. Can she walk up and just like kind of like lightly tap on, maybe
Yeah.
try and get his attention?
Sure, you kind of give it a very soft knock, and you see Zirian's head kind of turns. In this moment, it almost strikes you, I think, how like human he looks. I mean, but you just saw this glimpse of like Zirian as king of the gods, and now this like you could almost convince yourself this is the human brother of the king of the gods, right? Like you see the shirt that they were wearing, like you can kind of tell from the way the collar is sitting that a few buttons have been undone here and the sleeves have been rolled up to his elbows. You actually have a little bit more of a glimpse of that scar on their jaw that now like runs further down his neck and disappears beneath that fabric. And I think make me a little insight check actually, if you wouldn't mind, for fun.
Okay. That is I think I have a +0. I don't know why I'm even. Oh, I have a +5. That's
Hell
an
yeah.
18.
That's so much better than a +0. That's 5
Yeah.
better. With an 18, I think what really strikes you in this moment is the way that their shoulders are like so slumped, almost as if there is like weights on both of them pressing down at all times. And you see like their hands sort of hanging over the railing are like constantly kind of fidgeting, like you see like a finger tapping on the railing in just a very slightly sort of like nervous kind of way. And their hair, which again is this sort of like really dark red curls that before were very like carefully pulled back. Some of them have pulled forward now, and the curls kind of hang in his face. And as you knock, you see their head kind of turns in your direction, and you just hear a very like soft, yeah.
My friends and I are here, and they're just in your living room. We didn't know. This is sorry. We wanted to talk to you, and
Yeah.
if that's
kind
okay.
Kind of like pushes off the railing a little bit, and you see that it takes him a little bit more effort than you might expect to like raise those shoulders straight again and kind of turn and face you. And Zirian will kind of take the steps up to the door and open it and stand at the doorway to look at all of you. And they say, "Hi, sorry. I'll be honest, I kind of expected you to take more time. Not that you're unwelcome. You're welcome to my home."
Did you need a minute?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
I think the impression we got is that time is of the essence here.
Yes, yeah, no, definitely. Here, please. And you see the kind of like will step back in the door and motion to the table. for all of you. Would you like anything? I can find something.
We just had breakfast, or I'm good. I should speak for myself.
We already looked too. You don't really have a lot of food.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that, but yeah, that's true.
Syrian kind of like meets your eyes, Venturous, and you see just like the beginnings of a smile kind of pull at his mouth, and they like nod. Yeah, apologies for that. Don't do much eating
Fine.
here.
I
So,
respect your lifestyle. Yeah.
thank you. Yes, thank you for coming. And you see, do you guys sit? Do you stay standing? What's sort of the energy here?
I'm sitting down.
Flint
Sitting.
sits immediately.
Yeah.
Cool. Zirian will take the seat that the cloak has been sort of thrown over. And you see him sort of like clasp his hands on the table in front of them. And I think without even like a check, all of you can see that like they are holding them tightly enough, almost as if to try and stop himself from fidgeting in this moment, and to appear composed. And sort of takes this breath and says, I imagine you all have a lot of questions about everything we just spoke of. I wanted to start by saying that I'm sorry if I or we have made you feel in the past few days like you are working with half of the information. It's not personal at all. You are a very capable and kind and accomplished group of people, and I do look up to you for the work that you've done in the past few days. And beyond that, I just I understand that sometimes the things that we are dealing with are very, very large, and I did not want to burden you with the full weight of it until there was no other choice. But I apologize regardless for having to do so.
Is Venedra here as well?
Not at the moment. No.
Questions.
What has been going on that we don't know? What has been tried? And what has failed?
Well, and you see here he kind of like sits back in the chair a little bit. Truthfully, not as much as I would like, which is part of the reason why I asked to speak with you. I am using all of my power currently to make sure that Sunder remains chained where they are. I kind of like takes a moment to consider his words. One of the things I wanted to ask of all of you is sort of the last piece of information that I need to feel comfortable doing this last option that we've spoken of. Sunder's Divineland, now known as Ruin, is the home to what should be an inactive shard of divinity, and it would be impossible for him to have begun the process of reawakening it without help. However, if the past few days have shown us anything, it's that there is more to this situation than meets the eye. And so I cannot go or risk sending another god to go and check on the Divineland, because if it is awakened, and if Sunder is more powerful than that he is letting on, even with all of this, I worry that doing so would allow him to siphon the last of the magic that we are using, and potentially have enough to tip the scales fully in his favor. I know that you were all very busy. If you are willing and able to do so, there is no one else I would trust with the task, truly. Beyond checking that, I mean, I can tell you that the wards that hold him are still in place and functional. You see here kind of like a very like humorless, dry kind of smile like pulls onto their face, and he says, it sometimes is a blessing that there are very few who would pray to the god of death And I think that has allowed me to be exempt from a lot of the sickness and therefore to hold on to the majority of my power. Yeah, I mean, all of the gods have been testing and trying in the ways that they can. Kalara has been checking on the runes and the heart and try as they might to sort of patch the holes in the hull of this particular ship. It seems that 10 more keep springing up in its place. Yeah. It's been a lot of scrambling and trial, and truthfully, a lot of my fellow deities did not believe anything like this was possible, despite my warnings and Venators and Sedares for the last 100 years beyond. And I think unfortunately that has put us in a position of weakness here that we have been trying to scramble to make up for lost time with.
This divine land, when would you like us to go check?
As soon as you can. I'm sure I don't have to warn you, however, I would feel remiss not doing so, that it is a dangerous place. There should be no life there. When Sunder was chained, all people who lived there, and there were a lot, were ordered to leave, and it was carefully cleared. And it should be true that no one has been there for the 1,500 years or so that Sunder has been chained. I know that it has been a very trying last few days for all of you, so I don't feel like I am in a position to make any kind of demand on when you should go. However, I do feel that it should be sooner than later. Just so we know what preparations need to be made and what don't.
Where has he been chained?
Make me a persuasion check with advantage.
Oh, I'm really persuasive. I already have advantage on persuasion. Do I get stacked advantage?
Yeah, sure. Add another, I think it's 2 is the first one on top of that.
Okay, so that is 22.
22. You see, they kind of look at you, and you can see the internal struggle that he has about whether or not to tell you. And they sort of hold your gaze for a moment, and then he says, my divine land, repose in the heart of it. I hope you understand that is very, very carefully guarded information. But I also believe it's time for you all to be let in the loop. So, none are allowed to live there anymore. Truthfully, I and Sedair are the only ones who go, and we go maybe once a year, just to check in. But he is there, and I am certain that he is there because I can feel him pushing against all of my magic every minute of every day. So.
Oh. When you jump, he will jump with you.
Not necessarily. The goal in this jump, if we are able to do so, is to protect the heart and the central island of Chithelin. If we were to move forward with the plan, evacuation orders for all Divine Lands would be given. We simply don't have the power to bring them all with us.
How are we gonna jump if the ruins are sick?
With your excellent insight from last session, from earlier in the summit, and with the 22 persuasion you just got, you see once again that sort of like acknowledgement I almost called him Sunder, in Zyrion's eyes that this is the bit of information he does not want to say. But with your 22 in persuasion carrying over, he breaks your eye contact, and they kind of stare at the table for a moment and take a breath. And then look up at all of you and meet all of your eyes, and says, "The gods, all of us, have just enough power to make it happen. But it will take all of our power. And unless something changes in the next, it is likely that we would have to remain with the heart to keep it functioning." It is a sacrifice that we are willing to make. And I think in this moment, Zyrion's eyes kind of fall to you, Pamali. And there, you can just see there is a deep sadness there when he looks at you.
Willow's hands like go over your shoulders.
I think it is all settling in Pamali. And she's staring at the table, I think just trying to grab a thought.
Yeah.
Oh, you've waited a long time to let us in to this. This is the only option that is left. We're talking about if worse comes to worse. Is there anything better than the worst that we can do?
Truthfully, it comes down to what you find on Ruin. It's a long shot, but it is a shot.
And our only shot.
Kind of like lowers their head a little bit in what you can see as an acknowledgement of, yeah.
Can you explain your experience in this war? What has caused Sunder to want to do all of this?
I think here Zyrion's shoulders kind of go very rigid again. And there is like a long moment of silence. It doesn't feel like an uncomfortable silence, but you sort of can feel in the air as Zirion like steels himself to have this conversation, which they knew was coming, but doesn't make it any easier. And then Zirion sort of still like lifts their head just slightly so you can see fair face, and jaw sort of tilted in a way that once again that scar that just like old enough that it sort of just barely catches the light, but still there, kind of catches your eye. He takes a deep breath, and they say, "Because of me. Because I would not retrieve an unwilling soul and force it back into a body it did not want to be in any longer. And for that, everyone I love, including all of you, and every person who has ever set foot in the archipelago, because of that, you pay my price. And I'm so sorry. If I could change that, I would. He was like a brother to me, Sunder. Forgive me. It's difficult to speak about. I was there when Sunder met his wife, and I was there when they had their son. And in the end, it did not matter because I would not do what he wanted, and only he wanted. I would not betray the most foundational laws of the domain that I see over, that I protect. He refused to understand in his grief. And here we are.
It can be hard to look past grief. This is just... I think she looks to everybody else at the table to see if they have anything else, any other questions themselves. I don't have anything else.
What do the Magisters know?
The Magisters have known from a few days before this started that Venager had begun having, call it a bad feeling. They are aware of the God's plan, my plan, our last option, and what it would mean. And they are aware of what your fellow counselor Wilda has taken to protect.
So...
I think Corin like takes that in and then like reaches out his hand to, as if to like give like a comforting hold on to Zirian's hand, but like pauses to see if that's okay.
You reach out a hand. Actually, I'm gonna. You reach out a hand to theirs, which are still sort of on this table, and stop just short. And Zirian sort of like, you see for a moment as your hand outstretches, there is like that side of his body kind of tenses, almost as if it is a reflex from an age long ago when an attack could come at any moment. And you see like no magic swirls, but you see that sort of like instinctual preparation. And you kind of stop just short with a hand that is gentle and not meant to harm. And Zirian looks at you, and you see there is like genuine surprise in the sadness that they sort of regard you with. And then just sort of very gently, one of their hands sort of lets go of the other and sort of holds out to you. Just a bit.
Yeah, Corin will grab it, and I think there's like just kind of a moment of silence before he's looking at the table and he looks up and I'm sorry for asking about Sunder in front of the others like that. I didn't realize how hard the answer would be.
You sort of like take their hand, and for someone who embodies and oversees the sort of reality of death and the domain of death and rebirth, his palm is warmer than you would expect, and their fingers kind of squeeze your wrist a little. And they don't speak, but sort of gives you a nod that is very clearly very emotional and trying very hard not to be. And I think in this moment, this is the most human thing you have ever seen from Zirian. And sort of like lips pressed very tightly together, he just whispers, "Thank you."
the meeting was moved to a more secure place.
Yes.
Does that mean, outside of here, we shouldn't be talking about the jump? Are we worried it's under hearing? Is that why?
Truthfully, I am not certain what Sunder can and cannot see and what influence he has. I think perhaps it would not be a bad idea to keep communication of our plan in magic. And you see Zirian's eyes kind of flick to the circlet that you wear, Famali, and nods. I would hope that he cannot, that his power has not come to stretch that far, but until we know what lies on Ruin, I cannot say for sure what the odds of that are.
Do you do you have dreams of Sunder by chance?
In truth, I do not. My rest does not necessarily have to be the same as your rest. But long ago, I was also a mortal. And a mortal, not immortal. And occasionally do rest. I don't dream in... More than anything, I dream in memories when I do dream, and the memories that often find me are those of that time. Do you dream of Sunder?
Not, usually.
But you have.
Just once. I was just curious.
I think Zirian is sort of looking at you with a new intensity, not like one of like accusation, but one of like concern and curiosity, and sort of does not look away from you, but also does not speak again, does not want to pry, but is looking at you very carefully, I guess.
I think that they are trying to offer something through dreams or convince. I don't know. But
See,
he's definitely been there, so.
Sunder is the kind of person who likes to play with his food. I advise anyone with the misfortune of speaking to him directly to do so very, very carefully.
Any more questions, anyone? Or should we go look at this shard?
That's all that I have. I have a lot that I feel like I want to say, but I just can't form words. But thank you for the direction. It's nice to know what we're up against, at least.
Of course. And if there is anything that I or Vanadra can do, please don't hesitate to let us know. All you need to do is reach out and we will find you. And Corin and Zirian kind of lets go of your hand. And they sort of push the chair back from the table and stand. And walk up to this arcane door, which has still been there, but the door has sort of eased shut. And you see Zirian sort of lifts a hand, and that sort of swirling black shadow comes from just under their sleeve and swirls around their hand. and he sort of like opens their hand as if one might like let a held bird or butterfly go. And that smoky magic kind of comes and envelops and swirls around the door, and all of you get this sort of like scent of jasmine in the air. And when the smoke kind of falls to the ground and scatters to the shadows again, you see a door that looks like one that would match the arcane focus, or the solar study, which is the building you began in. And Zirian sort of like reaches down and like fiddles with a sleeve and turns back to all of you. Time does not pass here, so if any of you need a moment, please feel free to take it. And when you are ready, kind of nods to the door. This will take you to the location you were when you stepped into Kalara's door. Thank you again, and I'm sorry. And you see Zirian kind of once again walks through that door onto the balcony and shuts it behind them. You are alone, all of you, in this house.
I think Corin turns to Willow, had this on the tip of his tongue, and Dora's involved. I know it was a question of it before, but when during the festival there was that charm that we saw. Comet was playing with it. Do you remember, Pamali?
The bracelet, yes.
And Endora was freaking out about getting it back from him, and not in just like this is an offering somebody gave that is now being played with, but it was more than that.
Okay.
I know I don't really go here, but if you guys need a ride, I'm a good sailor, so wherever you want to go.
No, that's a really good question, guys. What do we?
I want to go see Birch.
Yeah,
That's what I want to do.
okay.
I need
See
to talk to my
Birch.
parents.
Yeah.
We
Willow?
all need to talk to our families, and then we can get on with this.
Okay. I am gonna go back to Tideward, talk to my mom, talk to my dad, and I'm gonna try and talk to the people as well. I think letting as many people know ahead of time to just pack, just in case of an evacuation, would probably be the best thing for Tideward and Woodward.
Yeah.
For all of the island, to be honest, but especially the ones near the sick runes.
Well, my parents already know what's happening, apparently, and just didn't let anyone know, so... well, I'm gonna stick with you, Willow, and Woodward.
Sure.
Where do we all want to meet after? So we can
Yeah.
go to ruin.
The docks?
Pinewood, I guess.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Meet at the docks. Okay.
Yeah. Flint, is there anyone you need to talk to?
I mean, I was gonna ask if you guys would mind me tagging along. I was gonna fill Birch in on. Yeah.
Flint, do you want a rundown of just like the entire
That
week?
would be nice. I have no idea what's going on.
God.
Everything I've heard is
Yeah.
bad, but it all just makes
Yeah.
very little sense. So
Yeah, let's do
I'll be
that.
lovely.
Let's.
We can catch you up along
Cool. Should we go?
Yeah, let's talk and
Yeah.
walk. James, do you mind remind exactly this door? Where does it lead to?
So this door leads to the Solar Study, which is the big building on Kalara's Divine Land that the meeting was originally going to be held.
While we're walking through there, can I find any books on Isla that I can pocket?
Sure. Make me a little investigation check. If you're
Okay.
enlisting any help from the people who are studying and working in here, I will give you advantage.
Okay, yeah.
I would also like to look for a book.
Yeah.
in
Oh,
the
also,
library.
Pamali, you step out of the door, and in a little package with your name on it that's wrapped like a present on a table, there is just a fuck ton of potions for you.
Great.
And you see that same cleric, the Andora's sister who helped you, is sort of like sitting in a chair on a table, like eating some snacks and reading through a book, and looks up and sees all of you and goes, "Oh, hi, sorry.
Hey.
They were going to be a little longer. This is for you, and
Oh,
welcome
thank
back.
you.
By the way, I hope it was okay."
It was an experience. But thank you. Thank you
Of
so
course.
much for that.
Yeah. Oh, Willow. Hi. Sorry. I don't know if they passed it on. I just wanted to thank you. I'm Andora's sister. I just wanted to say thank you for everything that you've done for her. I really think it's helping. Sorry, you're like doing official stuff. I don't mean to interrupt that.
No, of
Counselor,
course.
if you need anything, let me know.
Where is Andorra these days? I haven't seen her in a couple days.
Oh, I mean, I haven't seen her in a couple days either. I just kind of assumed they were on to Thelen, but they normally are.
Right, I didn't know if she'd visited you.
I mean, she did like last week or so. I was telling them, checked out some books. I think he's getting into some new hobbies, but other than that, haven't seen her. She usually comes by like, once every other week, maybe, just for a visit.
Great. Well. Thank you for your help.
Of course. Yeah, if you guys need anything, I will be here. So.
Flint leans over to Corin and just kind of like under his breath, awkward.
Just gives you a little elbow. Like the man can't say anything. Is very clearly like you can tell he's very much like holding in whatever like in a different situation it would be very hot around everybody, but around he's like keep that together.
Here's my question. Are you guys all of you trying to hide this awkward energy?
Absolutely. Corn is, at least.
I would love a little round of deception checks, please. Reminder, Willow, you are subtracting 2.
That's a nat 20.
Yeah!
That's a 19.
19?
Everything is
That's a 24.
Nice.
Ooh, we're so good at being weird.
That is also a 24.
24. Amazing. And Pamali?
It's a 14.
14! All right, Pamali and Ventress, because my delightful little cleric rolled a 22. You see their eyes kind of leave Willow's and fall on the both of you. And eyebrows kind of like furrow a little bit, and she tilts her head and goes, "Is there anything you guys needed? I can like get some."
Yeah, I was looking for something. Do you have any books on how to tell someone how you feel about them, but in a really just like relaxed way where it doesn't like be weird? That's why I'm acting so weird. I have to tell someone something. And do you have anything on that?
I don't know if they write books on that one, V.
They've got to. There's books about everything.
She kind of like looks at you, and you see like a very like sort of a not like suppressing laughter kind of smile, but not in a way like laughing at you, but just in a very like, oh my, that was a really cute thing to say kind of thing. And she looks at you and goes, we don't have any books, but I mean, in my personal experience, and sort of like rubs her hands together, and you see a wedding ring on one of her hands. Honesty is usually best.
Oh yeah. Honest.
Yeah.
Like, did you prepare anything before, or did it just kind of come from, like,
I mean,
inside?
I kind of wrote a speech, but then I threw it away because it felt weird to pull out a piece of paper.
Right, that's what I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Just, you know, I don't, you didn't really ask, but if you had, I would say maybe just go to that person and just be honest and speak from the heart, and remember that no matter what, it'll be okay.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That was better than any book. Cool. Sorry for the awkward energy. That was just
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of looks at you, Pamali. Did you need anything?
I did. Did you happen to have any books on Isla?
Kind of like looks at you very curiously because she knows that your parent is Isla, but sort of nods. Yeah. What kind of thing are you looking for on Isla?
Anything. Any stories or legends of them? Anything that might have pictures?
Sure. And you see she sort of stands and starts walking through. It kind of takes her a few minutes, and she comes back with 3. Kind of holds them out to you. One of them looks far, far older than the others. The one on the bottom that looks very weathered and old is like a collection of stories from the Astral Sea. It's a lot of like folk tales from sailors who were very devout to Isla, and it's a lot of, you know, like Peg-Leg John spoke ill of the sea and it rose up and it's like, it's a lot of that kind of stuff. You're probably guessing a lot of it isn't true, but there is a lot of like very clearly hand-drawn pictures of like storms and ships and grand treasure and like krakens and that kind of stuff. But I mean, there's some like nice stories of the sea in there too. And then the other 2 are much more modern. One is sort of a guide to like the religious practices of those who worship Isla. There's a lot of things in there about like offerings and common signs. It's very clearly a guide for those who do not live on the archipelago and are not used to just seeing Isla walking or swimming. It's very much like how to recognize signs from the god of the sea, and like the best times of day to like feel his presence, and that kind of thing. And it's like traditions that go back hundreds and hundreds of years. And then the one on top is much more biographical. You can see dated. This was written like within the last couple years. And it's sort of a you've actually seen this series. There's one for each of the gods except for Sunder in the pantheon, and they are sort of just like a guide to like the actions and presence of this god in this period of time. And there is kind of, you open up on the front page and you see there is a beautifully drawn portrait of Isla sort of standing in that same like really tall, made of like coral and water and seaweed and sea life form, kind of standing on like the docks and the beach area, looking out towards the sun, and you can kind of see most of their face. And it looks exactly like the Isla that you know now. And there's just a lot of information about things that she's done here. But
I think when she sees that photo, like a small like gasp kind of comes out of her mouth, just like how beautiful it is, and she's staring at it. I don't think she like notices that she's crying until a tear falls onto the page, and she quickly wipes it away and like catches her cheek and looks up and says, "Thank you."
Of course.
Sorry.
It's okay.
It's
I
amazing.
won't tell anyone. So
yeah, maybe a little obsessive with my parent, huh? But
yeah,
I
good for you.
appreciate that.
That's okay. If any of you need anything else, let me know. Thank you for all that you do.
Take care
Thank
of yourself, yeah.
You too.
Thanks for the advice.
Yeah. Also, please don't tell anyone I was eating while I was reading this book. Technically, we're not allowed to, but like I had to say, sorry, this is not your bit. I'm gonna kind of like snaps, kind of actually like holds the two edges of the book and like shakes it a little bit, and you see like a couple of crumbs fall out from the spine. And then she closes it and pushes the chair back in and goes, right, well, I should get back to my things.
Yeah, we're headed out of your way.
Okay.
Have a
Safe
good one.
travels. And she walks off. There's a lot more activity sort of in the solar study right now. When you entered, it was fairly early in the morning, and now you see people kind of walking around with like cups of coffee and cracking open books and starting their magical work.
So,
Still good for that ride?
Yep. Let's get out of here.
Great. Amazing. You guys can head back down to the docks. Pomali, by the way, the potions that were left for you from Celios, it's a pretty big box. It has sort of very carefully stoppered in these kind of very beautiful, pristine, clear bottles. There are 5 normal potions of healing, 4 greater potions of healing, and 2 superior potions of healing. And there are also 4 of those experimental potions that they talk to you about. They're sort of this like shining, swirling blue that catches the light a little bit as it swirls, almost like there's little bits of starlight or something similar in there. And they are very carefully sealed with wax and stamped with a symbol that you don't know but would assume means, hey, I don't know what's going to happen if you drink this. And there are 4 of those.
I lost my pen. Can you send that to me?
Yes, absolutely. I will put it in the chat.
Perfect. Thank you.
Of course. And you guys can absolutely head down to the docks. Is there anything any of you would like to do before you set back off for Tithelen?
I'd like to find Seren.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Seren is sort of like seated on the docks, looking very grumpy, with a very specific cat asleep on his lap, and they do not look happy about it, but they surely are just sitting there like staring at the place in the crook where the tide kind of washes up and then recedes.
You're a cat person now.
It kind of like jumps a little and then like wide-eyed looks down at the cat, looks up at you and goes, "It's sleeping. Don't wake it up. I don't know what to do with it if it's awake." Also, hi everyone. Welcome back. I hope it was fine. This looks at you, Pomali. This is your fucking thing, right?
Yeah, ain't he a
Cool.
great fucking thing? He's so cute.
He's fine. Okay, he's really warm. He like did this thing where he stretched. No, it's fine. Do you want it? Do you want it back?
Oh, he
I
looks
kinda-
comfortable on you. Why don't you just hold him
Yeah.
for the ride?
You can't move. The cat's on your lap.
So what? Am I gonna stay here forever? How long do these things fucking
Until the
sleep?
cat wakes up, you certainly are.
Oh, come on. Can't you just like pick it up?
I kind of have a lot going on. She's like holding the box and like the 3 books. Like
Sorry, well I don't
Willow
either.
like runs a finger down the back of like Comet's spine, so it makes the little cat activation noise.
Yeah, it absolutely does. It does that thing where like it makes that little chirp and like the head like whips around to look at you, but the eyes are still closed.
Just like kind of positions the arm as like almost as if you would do to a bird, but like in more of a feline way. I think because Willow's so
Sure.
large, the cat could quite easily walk up
It's
their
a
arm
tree.
and
Cats love climbing trees.
settle in there.
Make me a persuasion check. Actually, make me an animal handling check. -2.
Oh man,
I'm sorry.
oh that's pretty good. No. Oh, I have a +10 animal handling.
Hey.
So, 24.
24, yeah. You see Comet kind of like squints at you for a moment and then gives this like big yawn and like first like butt comes up first and he does one of those really big like back arched stretching kind of things and then goes the other way and like stretches the legs out in the way where like the legs kind of shake a little bit and then eventually will very like happily kind of walk up your arm and settle on your shoulder and it isn't going back to sleep, but it's just kind of sitting on your shoulder like looking around. You kind of lean in and like push his cheek up against the side of your head a little bit. You hear there's like a very, very soft purring. And Stein stands up and kind of like starts trying to like wipe the cat hair off of himself, and then looks up at all of you and goes, "Thanks. Welcome back." A bard appears.
Sorry.
So good news, bad news. We're all gonna die. What's the
Awful news. Actually, there's no solution to anything.
okay?
Why
other
don't we
than
get on the boat
jumping
first,
again?
actually, and we can talk about this on the way.
Right. Okay.
Great.
I think Corin will offer. You need some help with all the cat fur on him.
Yeah. I mean, if it's trouble, don't worry about it. But if it's not, then that would be great.
Yeah, no. Corin will just press digitation, the cat fur and stuff off of him, give him a nice clean.
He kind of like looks down at it and like nods a little bit and just gives you like a very like a sincere kind of nod of thanks. Kisis and Novena are also here on the ship because it is also their ticket back. And just sort of going about their little tasks to get the ship ready. And you guys can very easily climb aboard and set off. I believe I said it's about an hour and a half, 2 hours between the Divine Lens or this Divine Lens specifically, and to Fallon. Is there anything anyone would like to do in that time?
I would like to speak to Pamali.
You can absolutely do that.
I'm about to
And I'm
steal
sure
your
at some
girl,
point,
Willow,
really
sorry.
quick, at some point everyone fills Flint in and there's lots of expletives,
Yeah,
lots of
yeah.
and then staring
Let you
blankly
know
into
so many
space for like
things.
20 minutes after, but
Sure.
we'll skip that.
Yeah.
I think Willow goes to like sees that you're kind of like about to speak to Pamali and kind of like gives Pamali a little bit of a look and takes the potions from them and just kind of gives you both like a bit of a nod, and then we'll give you some space as he takes the things.
Ooh. Nobody's in a good mood. Hi.
Hi.
I feel like I haven't talked to you in forever, and I think
I
she's gonna
know.
just pull Pamali in. for a
Yeah,
hug.
same. Yeah. I think she grabs her and like sits down with her and like it just like I think leans on her shoulder, like her head she goes onto the shoulder immediately. It sounds like a stupid ass question, but how are you?
Well, I was about to ask you the same thing and preface it with the same thing. Honestly, I don't know how I am. I feel a horrible sense of dread.
Yeah.
But it is mostly for you, Pamali. I know you never intended to leave your home. Never.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I want to know what you're thinking.
I've been mostly focusing on what I'm gonna say to the people. There's a lot of people that live on Tefellin. There's a lot of people in the water and in the docks. I don't know how they are going to take leaving, because that part about loving home, I got that from my people.
I know.
I don't know how I feel. I know how I feel. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah. I understand.
But I'll say, God, it's fucking nice to know what the hell's going on.
Right, even if it's a little too late.
That honestly pissed me off so bad. I was trying not to say anything, but oh my God.
Why would they wait?
Like,
my father time.
No, really. Well, they were sworn. Yeah, right. The magisters were sworn, but like the gods weren't. They could have said something, and then we're part of government, are we not? Like, why didn't they tell us beforehand? And then now it's too late.
unbelievable. Really.
But I need to think about something else for a second. You're gonna talk to Birch? Is that what I heard in the library?
Thinking analytically, if the world is ending, I do feel as if it would be best to tell her how I'm feeling, since I feel like I haven't expressed that enough, specifically. So
I think her eyes kind of like flicker in Willow's direction, and then goes back to Ventress and is like, I think I understand that.
I think you do too.
Huh. Yeah.
We don't have to pretend anymore. It's really
Yeah, no,
okay.
we don't have to pretend anymore. I literally... My object permanence took over. I forgot that I looked away from the collar and I completely forgot to tell Willow, and then...
It's really a bad time to have lipstick on your collar.
Yeah.
But, it's been a bad time for a while now. So, cherry on top. Cherry on
Just
top.
a great time. Great time in front of all the gods and my dad, which is timing.
Yeah, but no, I'm assuming maybe they knew what was going on as well.
Honestly, yeah. My mom probably told them.
Yeah.
I'm excited for you.
Thank you. Birch said that she was cleaning her room on the ship, so...
That's a good sign.
Yeah, so I could,
Yeah.
We were gonna go on vacation, but now I don't know. Vacation,
Right?
long-term stay. I don't really know the difference right now. So.
Yeah. I heard you say that on the beach yesterday. I had a different reaction than what I was expecting when I heard that. Because, I've been, telling you, go ahead, go out there. And then, everybody keeps leaving. Seren, too, wants to be a Starfarer. And then Wilda left. And then hearing you were going. It's like another piece of home is going. But, now with everything that we know, I think it's great.
Yeah.
I think it's good. I think you should travel and experience everything that you want. Ventress, you deserve that so much. So, do that, please.
You're my home, too.
Just... You. I keep telling you this. You know how grateful I am that you're in my life, Ventress. I love you so much. And I know at first I came on a little strong. Just a little. But I'm glad you took a chance with me.
Glad I did too.
Literally, you're like a sister to me, and I love you so much.
I love you so much. I'm glad that you kept trying, even though I was so
resistant.
Stuck up and just awful. And
you were awful.
I was a little awful, just a little bit awful, but I'm so happy to have you, and I always will have you, even if I'm traveling. I just feel you with me always, and I'm glad to have you.
Yeah. I think she
No, you go.
No, please, because she was just gonna grab you.
I think Fetch is gonna grab him back and be like, "And Sunder can't take that away. I don't care. I don't care what that guy does."
God, are you really thinking about doing this deal?
I don't know. I want something that could help us and not help him, and trying to find a balance, but I don't know if there is one. I can be completely honest, and I know Willow would kill me, so that
I'd probably let her.
Yeah, I know. So
It just scares me.
I just
Oh.
always try to find a solution, and I don't think I can for this, which is unsettling, but...
Is it bad to hold on to a little bit of hope? I'm still looking to see what's on Ruin.
No, at this point, I'm trying to be more like you. And, yeah. Maybe there's
You
something.
sure? You want that? And she like kind of like leans back and like like a puddle.
I'm sure.
No, you know, I'm always trying to be like you. You always got your head on straight. You do. You got this
Not
government
anymore.
stuff down packed and like,
Oh,
yeah.
I hate it. It's awful. I don't know why I did it for so long. Now the world's ending, and I'm like, oh, I haven't been what I wanted to be. So
Yeah. I wish they leaned on us a bit more.
yeah,
It's supposed to be a community, right?
supposed to be. But
Well, I'm glad that you're in my community. I'm glad that you're my family. Oh,
I am too. Oh, she's just gonna pull Molly in and just kind of squeeze.
yeah.
them
Squeeze them back. They cuddle.
Stay cuddled up.
Yeah.
I Corn wants to go find Flint, but James, I have a question for you, the DM.
I have an answer for you, my player.
Do we know like if Corin wanted to talk to Zadare but didn't know where he was, it would just be like saying Zadare's name, let Zadare know he was being looked for? Or
Probably not just saying his name, but if you like, you know, prayer is sort of a loose word here for talking to a god. So you could kind of like take a moment and reach out to him and ask if they would come.
okay. But yeah, no, Corn's gonna go find Flint.
Where does Corin find Flint?
I think Flint's just helping out with the ship and
Sure.
was probably talking to Kesis at some point.
Mhm.
Gave Kesis a very awkward hug out of the blue.
Sure. Kesis kind of like froze for a little bit and then held you very, very, very tightly for a second. And then kind of did that thing of like, don't fucking tell anyone, and like walked off.
Yeah, so I think Flint's just messing around with the ship.
Yeah.
You got a second?
Oh, for you, anytime.
Are you okay?
I feel like I should be asking you this, considering everything that's happening right now, but thanks.
With all of this, but also something happened out there, right?
Not really, but specifically, what are you referring to? Because you're being very vague.
I don't know. When I saw you, it just felt like there was, I don't know, I caught a look on your face or something, and it looked like something was wrong, something happened before any of this. And I even casually asked Kesis if anything happened, and just, but listen, I made it out like, just checking in, because Flint doesn't really.
Because Flint's being a little bitch, baby.
No, because Flint just doesn't really talk about what happens when stuff happens out there. So I was just like, hey, anything wild happen? I'm good at it. Okay,
Yeah.
it just.
I think Flint kind of takes a minute, and Flint's known you for a very long time, and I think has a lot of faith and a lot of trust in you. And even though, as long as you've known Flint I think is very much the kind of person that asks you how you're doing and is constantly kind of like, he'll talk about stuff. He can talk all day long, but he doesn't often talk about himself and his past and things that are going on. But I think for a minute, just with everything that's happening right now, Flint kind of looks at you and kind of glances around to make sure that the two of you are alone, and then just says, I don't know, with talking to Zarian and him talking about how Sunder was like a sibling and everything, and just, you know, I had a family before this. It was a little fucked up, but I had one. And I guess Keesis found me at the right time because I left, and I had a sister. We were pirates, yeah. Because, you know, I'm cool like that. Right?
So cool.
Thank you. And it was just weird because I haven't seen her or thought about her in a very long time, and then to hear that they were all gathering in the same spot and knowing that she was going to be there and knowing that she'd be somewhere that I knew she was going to be was weird. And now with all this going on, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. It just brought up some old shit, and I hope you know that you have been a better family than the one that I had.
Corin definitely wipes away a tear at that. And you've been the best addition to this family of mine. One of the best. And I think he trying to like lightens the mood, and it's just, well, since it sounds like we're gonna have to leave, maybe we make a little detour and go look up your sister or something. Well, this is said and done.
I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
Mm-hmm. I think Corin's just gonna scoot, like, big hug, kiss on the cheek, and a very long hug, and then when he pulls away, just, I love you.
I love you. Can't pick your family, but sometimes you can, and that's better.
You know, we can just sit in a moment. Sometimes you don't gotta, yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, thanks for asking.
Anytime.
Mwah. All right. Let's go back to working on the ship.
God, and with that, and with the ship going closer and closer to the docks of Tideward, that's where we're going to take our break. Don't change that Twitch channel. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Get yourself a delicious little snack, and we'll see you soon. Bye. And welcome back. Thank you, Miller, for that rousing ka-chow, brother. We are picking up pretty much where we left off with the ship making port? Sure. Docking. That's the word I was looking for. With the ship docking on Tideward. You guys can hop off and go your ways if you'd like to. Which ways are we going?
I think kind of as everyone's jumping off, I think Willow will has probably spent the latter half of the journey just curled up with Pamali and kind of enveloped them, went to find them after they had that conversation with Ventress, and is not really offered anything verbal to say because there isn't really much they can, but just the presence.
Yeah. Pamali is completely wrapped up in them in the same way. Not much to say, but a complete understanding of that heartbreak and grief that they're feeling.
Yeah, I think they're their heartbeat is slow, as if it's pained, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think you can feel all of their body just bit by bit tense up as they get closer to Tethalon, and this sickness sets in again, and their breath gets shorter, and then it's just
yeah. I think she's rubbing their back as well, and even though it doesn't help at all, but whenever their brows furrow, she'll try to smooth it out a little bit, or just hand over a smile when she can. Little comfort that they can give for what we're all going through. Big hugs. I think though at the end as well, I would like to distribute some of these potions to everyone when we to get off the boat. So everybody, if you hold on, let me look at it 1 second. If everybody wants to stock up a normal healing potion and a greater healing potion, please. Still figuring out with the other ones, but yeah, I think she's gonna hand off. She's gonna actually while they're actually cuddled up, she's gonna pull out the experimental one. And she's gonna look over the spot on your arm. Well, it's gotten smaller, but it's still there. And I feel like what Kungal said about us being as best we can, as healthy as we can right now. I don't know. It is experimental, but it's a shot. Unless you wanted to try meditating, which I don't know if that's going to be.
What are you giving me right now? Is this what is this? Is this some Molly concoction?
Yeah, it's got a lot of fruit and rum in it. No, it's something from Celios. I asked for some potions, and they've been working on something to try and help with the marks that Sunder has been gifting us. So she grabs it and places it in their hand, kind of wraps their hand around it. This is maybe something that can help.
Right, and if I, turn into a chicken or something, what do you do then?
What do you do then? Well, I already told you I'd love you as a tree. A chicken, I don't know. I have to think about that.
All right. Like.
She like pauses for a second and like recounts like what did she just say? It's like actually you know
Just
what,
gives
let me-
you like sure.
yeah. She just pauses for a second and just yeah. But chickens are cool. Chickens are great.
Well, for your sake, I hope that's not it. But,
Yeah, for you too. I mean, chickens are cool, but they don't get to do much except for lay eggs. So
I'm gonna take this.
Staying on
Take it.
brand. Staying on brand
Absolutely.
for me.
You take it and feathers start. I'm just kidding. Roll me a d6, please.
4.
4. You have advantage on your next save against arcane exhaustion, but the level remains.
So I don't really feel any different.
I think you feel a little bit. So what it has this sort of like very sharp, like herb kind of taste to it, and you swallow it, and you feel like a little like extra kind of thrum of magic within you, and like anyone looking at Ridley, you see like some of the leaves in their hair perk up a tiny bit. You can still feel like the weight of your 1 level of arcane exhaustion, but you also feel a little bit stronger to face it.
Okay. I think like Willow kind of like lets this settle and kind of like meets Pamali's eye, and then like tilts the head a little bit.
Yeah, you look good. Oh god. Just starts cracking up. Yo. Oh god. Oh god. You better not turn into a chicken, Will.
You said you love me as a chicken.
I said I have to think about it.
Oh, that's different.
It
You
is
can't take
different.
back.
Oh, would you love me as a chicken? If you were a chicken or a tree?
Sure.
Pamali, from
already
just over
sprouted
your
feathers.
shoulder. What?
Said Pamali, who already sprouted feathers.
Pamali, from just over your shoulder, you hear a slightly muffled.
She like appears over her shoulder.
Yeah, Soren is sort of leaning against the side of the ship, looking up at the sky in a very like, nothing to see here. I didn't do anything kind of expression.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah.
then kind of like looks at you from the corner of his eye, and there's a hint of a smile.
Yeah. She like just rolls her eyes back.
Can I interrupt them really quick?
Yeah, follow your joy.
I think Ventress probably heard this going on, and she walks over them with like a bunch of note cards stacked on top of each other. And goes, sorry, I know you guys are flirting, probably. Just quick question: what did you two say to each other when you confessed your undying love for one another? Did you say anything specific? Because I'm trying to write down. What? And it seems to work out really well for you two. So
It's a look at Pamali.
I was drunk. So I think
Don't do that.
don't do that.
planning on it.
Yeah, don't. I wasn't very smooth with it, believe it or not. So why don't you, Willow? No. Yeah, you know me. Will, why don't you share
I
your
don't know,
experience? I
Pamali. You
feel like
kind of said
you're-
that I was all you ever wanted. In that.
Ooh, that's a good line. Hold on, let me write it down.
Is that what I said? Is that what I said? That's probably what I said.
That's what I remember.
Yeah, that feels true. So you can try that. You can say that.
Right, okay.
But me
Cool.
and Molly are just friends. So
You're not just friends. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Platonic.
Ventress, you're
So
gonna
sick of this. The world's ending, and you're not just friends. I've seen you two. So.
You haven't seen anything.
Just
B. What? Are
what?
you talking about?
Oh, really? Then what was that mark on your little collar at the summit?
I don't know what you're talking about. Willow's changed shirts. There's nothing on me. What are you talking about?
Alright. Okay.
just speak from your heart, Ventress. I think you'll get it right.
Speak from my heart. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll
Our
try my
standards are
best.
really low, so I wouldn't worry about
Okay. Great. Thank you too for all the help.
it. You guys want to meet back here? In, I don't know. How long do you need? An hour?
Yeah. That sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right.
Okay.
So
Kisses
who's
Pamali in front of everyone, and
Yeah.
Finally.
You're coming with us, right?
Oh yeah, no.
Okay.
I was just screaming.
Ventress and Willow, Ventress and Willow and Flint go off towards Woodward.
Amazing. Does anybody tell Soren where they should go? Is he kind of just like is staring at you, Flint, but doesn't want to ask?
I tell him to come with me. Hey.
Make a persuasion check.
Is he really? Listen, Corin was clearly joking, but if he'll actually do it,
Yeah, you can try.
go ahead, Pamali.
No,
Corin
no,
was
no.
kidding.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
What'd you roll?
With my persuasion check, it was definitely a 19.
Yeah, Soren will kind of like stare like kind of longingly after the three as they walk away, and then look at you, Corin, and go, "All right, where are we going?" You can't. Yes, Pamali. Were you gonna say something?
I'm good.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Amazing. So just because my brain short-circuited, Ventures, Flint, and Willow, you are heading to Woodward, yes?
Yeah.
Pamali, where are you going? Where are you headed?
I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna see
Oh,
my
yeah.
mom.
I love that. Let's start there then.
Okay.
So you are when you say home, I'm assuming you mean Lena's home and not your
My
home.
mom's home, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, you can go home. You can walk up to that very, very familiar house. You see the windows are open, and there's just like make a perception check just for fun.
Oh, okay, cool, great. She got an 11.
11. You kind of smell something sharp in the air, but you don't like 100% know what it is. Are you
Okay.
just walking in the house?
Yeah, I think she knocks and walks in.
Sure. Yeah, you knock and you step in, and you instantly can kind of smell like a little bit of like burning smoke, and you hear Lena in the kitchen going, "Oh my god, I only shit," and you could see, you now realize you saw just like a little bit of smoke coming out of the window, and Lena kind of steps out into the hallway and is holding what looks like a dish of something that was maybe once supposed to be like a pot pie, but is now nothing resembling a pot pie. And she's like halfway through and then stops and goes, "Oh, hi.
Hi.
Hi. Sorry. I'd like and they'll kind of like walk past. You hear like her setting something down, and they come back and wrap their arms around you.
Oh, she gives him a big old hug. Hi, Mom. How are you?
Oh, just burning dinner over here. How are
Burning
you?
dinner. It's
Oh, I missed you though. I feel like it's been so long. Hi. how
it
are you?
has. It's been like
Oh,
over
look at
24
you.
hours. And yeah, look at you. My God, Mom.
How
what
are
is
you? Have you
this?
eaten? Do you want me to? I promise I won't burn this. Do you want me to go cook something? Because you should.
And well,
eat.
no,
Have
I
you
think
eaten?
it's good. Listen, this is what we're gonna do. She like pops open the drawer and like takes out a knife and just starts like scraping off the top of it. It's
Sure.
like we'll just eat around and there's a bunch of
Okay.
good bits in
Yeah.
here. So we'll just
Yeah.
like here. She passes a fork. Unless were you gonna slice it up or
No,
Do
I
we
was
just dig
kind of
it?
just gonna dig in.
Dig in.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
cool.
wanna? Okay, yeah. She'll kind of like set it down on the table and drag a chair around to be closer to you and then start eating.
Yeah. I think she looks at her, and oh, I forgot to do this. No, it's okay. We'll do it after. I think she kind of like the weight of the week kind of just it's been a week, Mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a week.
Tell me all about it. I want to hear everything.
There's a fun stuff. There's good stuff. Do you want good stuff first or bad stuff? How do you want
Whatever you want to say first is what I
Well,
want to hear first.
That's not how this goes, Mom. You got to pick one. Good. What? Good.
Okay,
wanna...
okay. Let's do bad stuff and then we'll do good stuff. Sort of like a
Okay,
like
bad
silver
stuff.
lining, you know? Yeah.
Whoa. Ooh. You know what? I thought about the bad stuff, and I think it's good to start with the good stuff.
Okay, we'll start with the good stuff.
It's
Tell me all
not
about
gonna.
the good stuff. I
the
love
bad
good stuff.
Is gonna
Good stuff
hit.
is my favorite.
Good stuff first. Remember? Okay, last time we talked about my feelings about Willow. I was in denial state.
I remember.
Yeah, there was that. Well, fast forward, and she like tells them about like in full detail about the week, like all the things that's happened, leading up to today. And yeah, that's kind of how things are going right now. Except I don't know. When I was telling them how I was feeling the day before, like there was a moment I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna confess something." You know how I am when I'm a little tipsy. I just start, saying stuff. And I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna confess something." I was talking about something else, but like they got all scared and panicked, and I was like, "Oh shit! Like I shouldn't." I don't know. Just I'm taking things at their own speed. I guess I'm just a little. Like I know where I am. I've always kind of been like, I don't really know where Willow is, so I'm just kind of. I know they like me, but like
Well, how could they not look at you?
Thank you, Mom. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Always hyping me. Thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I just sorting through that. But it's been a nice week trying to figure that out.
Good. And you see, she kind of like puts her fork down a little bit and like reaches up and kind of just like smooths down like sort of like the area by your hairline, just like very motherly, kind of smooths some of your hair down and like takes your cheek in hers and goes, oh, when did you grow up? I feel like I blinked and now you're all
Mom,
falling
I'm
in
70.
love and leading the island. And
I am 70
like
years
yesterday,
old.
You were just really little. You were just my little one.
Yeah, probably feels that way, yeah.
But I'm happy for you.
Oh,
I'm
thank you,
so
Mom.
oh god, Maple's gonna freak out. I no.
Yeah, no, I know you guys gossip all the time about
I don't know what you're
stuff.
talking about. I am
Can I
not,
look at my
I'm your mother. I've never gossiped once.
Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
think can I look at my mom?
Sure.
How is she feeling? How do I does she look like
Make
she's
me
feeling?
an insight check.
Okay.
I'll give you advantage. It's your mom.
Okay. That's a 16.
16. You kind of look at Lena in this moment, like really look at her, and you see they don't look great. I mean, so Lena's house is sort of on this like in between of like kind of like the corner like where Woodward, Kinward, and Tideward. And I think sort of it's an upside because she is exempt from some of that, but also they kind of catch the weight of both Woodward and Tideward, and you see like there are bags under her eyes. You kind of get the sense that maybe this pot pie burned because she just was kind of having a moment. Their eyes every now and then kind of like pull from you to like flick around like the corners of the room and then come back. You can also tell she's trying very hard to hide from you the way she is feeling. She doesn't look great. You wouldn't be surprised if she didn't sleep last night.
You keep looking around.
Hmm?
You keep looking around the room.
Oh no, there's just there's like a cobweb up there. keep meaning to go get it. That's all.
Pamali grabs her hand and like pulls it closer.
Mhm.
Mom,
Pamali.
what are you looking for in the room?
Nothing. It's been sort of a odd couple of days. My mind is playing tricks on me. That's all. But bad stuff to tell me. Tell me all the bad stuff. Let me take some of the bad stuff from you.
Mom, I think what you're... I'm sorry, Mom, are you seeing things in the room sometimes?
Just, you know how it is. Sometimes you stay up too late and it's like little shadows kind of move in the corners of your eyes. That's all. Nothing serious. It happens.
I have some news.
Okay.
And, I think that it's gonna... Okay. We might have to start packing.
Packing?
Yeah.
We going on vacation?
Probably not. We're thinking that we might have to evacuate people from Tideward.
Wow. It's, I didn't know what was going on, but it's clear something is. I didn't know it was that serious.
It is. It is. It's gotten very serious very quickly, and I want you to be prepared for whatever's coming our way.
Okay.
I'm hopefully going to tell the people to either move to the waters of Kinward or to consider just leaving Tithelen in general.
Wow.
The runes are sick. And the closer you are to the runes, the worse you feel. And a lot of the things that are happening, Mom, I think it's just best if people stay safe away from the island if it gets to that point, but just be prepared in case it does get to that point. Hopefully we solve whatever's wrong beforehand. Sorry, just remembering to keep on a little bit of the hope. So just be packed just in case.
Okay. And you see Lena kind of like, you're still holding one of her hands. She'll kind of reach up and take your other one and hold both of yours in between hers. Well, where you go, I go. So I guess I'll start trying to fit that very big closet of mine into a very small suitcase.
I think half your closet's in my closet, so that should be easy for you.
That's good.
Okay.
I hope you have a big enough suitcase too. Okay, yeah. Are you okay? Oh, kind of will pull you in and just wrap you into like biggest, tightest mom hug in the world. And we'll just hold you until you let go, kind of like very gently, like moving you from side to side a little bit.
She gives a kiss on the hand and lets her hold her for a minute and goes, "Oh, I need to grab something real quick and just..."
Okay.
What? I need to just call Isla really quickly and...
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, you do what you have to do. You take your time and I'll be here if you need anything, okay?
Okay.
I love you.
I love you.
We'll kind of just like reach up and pull you down a little bit and press like a lingering kiss on your cheek and then kind of pull away and very clearly like make herself let you go.
Yeah. She grabs something off the kitchen counter and goes to the door and then turns back around, kind of like similarly to when they were getting ready for the Woodwood party, and goes, "That beaded like warrior garb, the type of one. Do you mind getting that out for me, getting that ready for me?"
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
She'll go back into her room and start sifting around for it.
Yeah. And I think Pamali goes and like she sits down on the dock. And she lays flat, kind of like how she did on Kongo's ship, and puts her hand in the water and just kind of swishes it around until she can feel that. Or maybe she cast message into the water, asking if they're there. Yeah.
Yeah, your hand is only in the water for like maybe 15 seconds before the water that is kind of swirling around your wrist becomes fingers kind of traveling up your arm, and Isla kind of emerges, still very much in their like water and sea life form. His face pops up and they don't stand, but they kind of just like bob in the water and look up at you with these eyes that are more water than eyes, and yet still shine with sadness. Hey.
I think she casts water walk on herself. Okay, did not wild magic search. And she gets onto the water and sits on it like crisscross applesauce, and like uses the dock as like a little table, and like scoots underneath it, so that Isla can be next to her. She goes, I have something for you. I wanted to give you. I do. And she like lugs over this little fish bowl from the festival that they won. And she pulls it over and goes, I didn't name him yet. But I think you'd probably take care of him a little better than Mom. She burnt another thing. I mean, she burnt something every single day, but
I could kind of, yeah.
Yeah. So,
okay. I can, Isla will kind of like reach out and take this fishbowl from you and lift it up and kind of squint into the water a little bit. And the fish with this like bulging eye just kind of stares at him with like a, what the fuck is that kind of expression, if a fish could make an expression. And Isla will kind of like pull the bowl down and look at you like one last time as they sort of like, are you sure?
Please.
Okay. And then we'll kind of like moving the bowl into one hand, we'll like slip one hand into the water, and the place in Isla's hand that is water sort of merges with the water in this bowl, and the fish like very hesitantly kind of swims up, and then in sort of like this rush of a current, they are up in Isla's arm and kind of swim and land around where his heart would be. And now there's just a goldfish. And goddamn, this fish looks so fucking happy. It was in a bowl, and now it's in like a whole like moving ocean, kind of.
Yeah.
And Isla will kind of just set the bowl back down and look at you and go, it's happy.
Yeah. It's in heaven right now.
Yeah, kind of a odd little thing. But it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it'd do a lot better with you. So just wanted to give you that.
I will I'll keep them safe. I have something for you too, actually, if you don't mind me being a little sentimental.
You gift me things all the time.
Yeah.
So I won't say no is what I'm saying.
Okay,
yes, please.
Great. And you see Isla kind of like reaches down just beneath the water where like maybe their leg would be. And when they come back, there is this sort of like mass of bright pink coral. And they hold it, and you watch kind of as like this silver of it's like starlight silver of Isla's magic kind of mixes in with it and begins to change the shape and change it until it is this circular kind of like armband a little bit that's made of just like metal and coral, and it shines with starlight just very faintly. And they kind of hold it out to you and go, just thought it might suit you. If there was ever a time when you needed to remember me, thought it might help.
Thank you. She grabs it and like immediately puts it on, like past the bracelet that Birch gave her and that Kungal
Sure.
gave her, and puts it on her arm right
So,
next
yeah.
to theirs.
The minute you put it on, it's like the place where it meets your skin, it feels almost like that perfectly cool water, like the ocean on a summer day. And you can kind of like, it's strange to say you can almost like feel the sea in the places where it meets your skin, but you do a little bit, and you can catch just a whiff of that kind of like briny smell of the ocean.
Mm. I don't think I can talk about it.
Okay. That's honestly, it's good. We'll just sit here in contemplative silence.
But I really am gonna miss you. Do you think? I think the words just kind of catch in her throat, and she kind of resolves a little bit and goes, "I love you."
I think Isla kind of moves a little closer to you, and the water that's around you, even though you're sitting on top of it, you feel that it gets a little bit warmer. And those like big hands that are made of water kind of come up and rest on your shoulder. And when they rest on your shoulder, they don't feel like water; they feel like skin, just like a normal hand would. They kind of like rub along your shoulders and lean in, almost like he's gonna press their forehead to yours, but stops short and just says, "Wherever you go, a piece of me will be there with you. You won't have to miss me. But I understand, and I love you very much."
You're not in the water.
I kind of am. Just
You know what I mean. Like, you're not in the water when you're not there, right? Like, you don't experience that when you're not there. When you're not in the water, Dad, it's not as playful. It's not as playful.
I'm far, but I'm there. If I weren't there, then how could I tell you that right now, very far away in the system, there is someone's little kid who just peed in me? How would I know that if I wasn't there? So.
Okay, maybe you're warm in that place. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't go there. That would get a couple days.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm so proud of you. You know that, right?
Thank you. I needed to hear that. It's been hard. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think she just nuzzles in.
Yeah.
And I think that's where she just wants to stay for a little bit. It's just nuzzled into parent.
Isla will kind of pull you in for a hug, and in your ear a little bit you hear, and also, not that I'm prying, but I'm very happy for you.
Oh,
we don't have to talk about it. But I am happy as long as you're happy, I'm happy in all things.
Oh, I've been so silent about my feelings for Willow for a minute, so it's actually nice to talk about it.
Good.
If you want to talk about it.
Want to hear everything.
Okay. Where do we start? So 4 years ago.
And we'll kind of pull back from there with you telling Isla just everything.
Yeah.
And we will move instead to our little group of 3 heading to Woodward. Everybody, did you want to have a conversation real quick?
I would love to speak to, as we're just kind of
Absolutely.
like, we kind of cross the boundary of Woodward. I'm kind of like, Willow does a little like bum tap again onto Ventress, because they can kind of see the Ventress is stuck in her head, and it's like, you'll be okay.
You think so? No, it can't be worse than anything that's happened in the past few days, right? You don't think so?
Yeah, I think we're pretty rock bottom right now.
Right. So this will definitely be like a positive.
Do you know how to do the kinship circle?
No.
What is
As
that?
kind of okay. See, he kind of bends down and just picks up like a little bit of soil and takes Ventress's hand in his and is like, in the far world community, we do this, and like smears like a circle of soil into like the palm of your hand, similar to how they kind of did with you yesterday. And has done, you know, you've been friends for a long time and does it quite often to you. And this means we are of the same earth. And that I hold your heart in mine. You do it when you really like someone.
I do really like your sister,
I know.
so I
She
should
really
do
likes
this. You think?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so.
Okay, if you're sure, I'm just a little nervous.
But if not that, that'll seal the deal.
Okay, maybe I'll drive it home with that.
Yeah.
If it makes you feel any better, I'm sure Birch is gonna be really fucking excited because she never fucking stops talking about you, so.
Oh, okay.
Also, sorry, I'm just in close proximity. We're walking together, so.
No,
I'm
feel
kind of
free to
listening
add on to this
everything you're saying.
conversation. I know you know Birch so very well, and that's fine. I know you're friends, so
We're just friends.
I know me as well. Hopefully in the next 45 minutes or so.
We're just friends in
No.
a different way than you are just friends.
Right. That's good. Like you and Seren are friends, right?
No, we're friends, yeah, in the way that you and Birch are friends. Me and Seren
Got it,
are.
got it. Also,
and-
yep. Right. Got it. I got it. It's gonna be
God, is this what I sounded like for like 10 years? This
Yes.
is bad.
worse though. Yeah,
I can't have been worse.
probably. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
I think they're kind of near the main campsite, but in an effort to like not where are my words?
You got
They
it. You
don't
got
want
it.
to have this conversation around a bunch of like their like community. So
Sure.
you watch Willow like just raise two fingers to their lips, and there are these like two almost like harmonious whistles that they let out, and this is again something that the flowers do to communicate with each other over the sounds of the trees and the wind. And he calls for his mom and his sister out to meet
Yeah.
them.
Make me a perception check really quick.
Oh
It's not a bad. It's not.
no. Okay.
It's not a bad thing, Jen.
Okay. I'm just on high
Don't
alert.
trust it.
That is -2. 19.
19. You kind of let out this whistle, and just like not super far off, like maybe 30 feet off, you hear a little yelp and the sound of trees rustling. As Birch was asleep in a tree, and you scared them, and oh, that's an nat-20. She doesn't eat shit. You hear like a yelp, and you see a flailing of limbs, and then they do like a 3-point land and look up. Hi. Some of us are trying to take a nap, you know.
In a tree?
Oh, I'm sorry. You don't like trees now?
Yeah, I hate
What's your
him.
thing with trees? That's like your whole
That's
thing.
true.
Shut up, come here. Walk over and like just like really roughly drag them into like a hug.
Sure. Yeah, you pull Birch into a hug, and you can tell as you're dragging them in, she looks like shit. They look bad. Kind of have that like bleary, sick blinking a little bit. You also kind of the same with Amalia and Lena. You don't think Birch has slept since maybe you last saw them, or at least since Ventress, since you last saw her. Just looks bad. And kind of more falls into your hug than like actually hugs you back. Like arms kind of dangle at your sides, but her forehead is like on your collar. And they're like grumbling a little bit against your shirt.
I think like we'll kind of run my fingers into her hair and like kind of hold her head against my chest. And just using like the last bit of my energy, I'm gonna try and pump some of my own like healing into her, and just use like 30 points of my pool of magic that I have.
Yeah, you send this magic sort of into your sister, and as you do this, she kind of like takes a really deep breath and lets out like a very sharp breath, And when they kind of pull back up to look at you, you see like a little bit of the sleep has cleared from her eyes. They still look pretty bad, but just a little bit better. She looks up at you and goes, "Hi."
Hi.
"Thanks."
Yeah, anytime.
And then kind of like head lolls over and like looks at Flint and then sees you, Ventress, and like her eyes widen a little bit and she like straightens and goes, "Hey, hi."
Why? You look tired.
"Thanks."
You said that everything was fine.
So yeah, my mom kind of looks at you, Will, Mom. It kind of, and it's at this point that you hear like the crunching of leaves a little bit as Maple, who also looks like dog shit, shows up, sort of like arms crossed over their robe. You see like
The three hottest people in Woodwood looking like shit.
looking like
That's illegal.
You're really just evening the playing field a little, you know what I mean? You see like their plants are kind of drooping a little bit, and she looks at Birch and goes, "Mom, what?" And Birch goes, Mom was really wanted you to know that everything was fine because it is fine. So that's why I said that it was."
Right. Yeah, no, that makes complete sense.
Thanks. Thank you.
Maple doesn't look great either, if I can be honest there.
Birch, I can hear you. No, you're not Birch. Ventress, I didn't sleep much. Ventress, I can hear you.
Yeah. Hi, Maple. It's so good to
Hi.
see you. You look
Hi,
beautiful,
Ventress.
as
Thank you.
usual.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Kind of looks at you, Willow. Hi.
Why don't I talk to Mom for a minute? You guys catch up. Kind of like glances at Flint, and then looks at Ventress very fondly and gives it like a little bit of a wink, and then we'll go to his mom.
I think Flint kind of like pops his head like in between the unceasing vision between Birch. What am I, chopped liver? Hi. Hi.
Birch kind of like looks up at you, and you see that she like perks up a little bit, but is trying very hard to look like they did, and goes, "Oh, you again. Hi, hello."
Mm-hmm. All right, cool.
Hi, Flint. Kind of like looks up at you, like head lolls back, and the arms just kind of like go up in your direction for a hug, but she doesn't like actually move to give you one.
Yeah, I think Flint gives her like a long hug, and it's just kind of.
Yeah.
I think they kind of have a little bit of a kind of sibling-like relationship as well.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And he so he just kind of pats her and like, I'm frail.
I'm tough. I'm so strong and tough.
Oh,
How
so
dare you?
sorry.
I'll kick your I'll kill you.
Yeah. Try. You gonna do it with your little noodle arms? Go ahead.
Oh, I gotta sneeze, but it's like it won't come out, and it just hurts. And as you kind of walk up with Maple, Willow, Birch like looks at you over Flint's shoulder and goes, "Good luck."
So rolls his eyes a little bit and just will like take his mom's hand.
Yeah. You can absolutely walk off with Maple. Maple kind of squeezes your hand a little bit, and like her other hand comes up to hold your arm, and they like rest her head on your arm a little bit.
Yeah, she gets 30 hit points.
Oh, yeah. You see it kind of perks up just a teeny tiny bit. And then we'll look up at you and go, "Hey, little Sprout, how are things? I'm assuming not great based on the general look on your face, but
About as good as you reported.
we're fine. Don't even worry about us.
What are you doing, Mom?
What do you mean? What am I doing? What are you doing? I'm taking a walk with my favorite oldest child.
It doesn't make sense. So things are bad. This isn't a report. This is a.
In general, or
I don't know. Is everyone as sick as you?
I mean, I probably just got something. You know, things go in seasons, and this one sucks, but we'll be fine. We'll come out of it, and everything will be fine. So you have other things to worry about. We shouldn't be anywhere near the top of that list.
Can I insight check my mom? Is my mom like covering, or is she truly just clueless as to what's going on?
Yeah. Please give me -2, but you can have an advantage because it's your mom.
I got a 19, so
Nice.
that was a 3. So, 27.
27. You can see Maple is very aware that things are bad, but it's sort of like a stubbornness of refusing to believe how bad they are, just because she can't bring herself to do that. But and it's a little bit as well, covering in the hopes that like you don't worry about her and don't worry about Woodward. But it's mostly I cannot let myself believe that things are this bad, so I am choosing to believe that they're fine. Or will be, at least.
Has Magister Vanala told you anything? Because you're such good friends.
Kind of like shoots you a look. Yeah, we're good friends. No, I mean, you know, they can't really say much. Just some cryptic, you know. But I mean, yeah, she's a little busy these days with the whatever it is that's going on. So, not really.
Okay. You need to get everyone ready to leave.
Leave?
Evacuate. What? Yeah.
Where would we go, Will? This is home. And I recall somebody made sure that it could be. I don't exactly want to throw that away just because things are a little, you know.
It's not a little. This isn't just a temporary sickness that we're all gonna get over. This isn't just a Woodward thing either. This is really big. Really bad. And, you know, but it's fine, because we've traveled our whole lives. We can do it again. And, we can, you know, we can do it. But yeah, I'm sorry. It's, that's the news, but we have to, prepare.
I mean, when you say leave, are you talking about like to another ward? Or do you mean like leave?
I mean, I think for the next day or two, I would recommend getting yourselves to Kinwood, just, you know, to ease some of the sickness. That ward is not as bad as this one. But
Okay.
I don't know. But I think it's best to just be prepared if we have to.
I think Maple kind of looks up at you in this moment, and you see like the stubbornness kind of clouds and is replaced by like genuine concern at not having seen you like this in a long time, if ever. And Maple will, sorry, there's a fucking gnat on my desk and it's driving me crazy. Maple will kind of like reach up and like take your cheeks between both of their palms and kind of run her thumbs along your cheekbones. And you know, you're much taller than they are, but she kind of like bends down a little bit to catch your eye a little bit. Well, what's going on?
I'm so scared.
Talk to me. Look, I've seen a lot. We'll figure it out. You just gotta tell me what's going on, and we'll find the path. We always find the path.
I know. It just feels like there's so much to lose.
Come here. And Maple will kind of like put her hands on your shoulders and kind of pull you down a little bit into the ground. And in this soft like soil that is around you will kind of like reach out her hands and pull some so it's a little bit closer to both of you, and she can kind of like bury both of your feet up to like your knees, and we'll reach out and we'll take your wrists. And just okay, take a breath. Just ground yourself for a minute here. Talk to me.
I don't want to fucking leave. I didn't know home could be a place until we came here. And I've been telling everyone else that it's not. That it's people, and it is, and I know it is. Fuck. I thought there was something I could do. I went to the Divine Summit this morning.
Shit.
And I was just sitting in a room full of very sad people who had just given up. I don't want to give up.
I mean, I don't know what's going on, but I know that giving up is never an option. There's always something we can do, so let's figure out what we're gonna do. Okay, so I don't know what's going on other than God, I feel like shit. And
Yeah, that's the runes. The runes are sick.
Right, okay.
Really sick. And I fixed it before. But I don't know. It's getting worse.
Have you looked at it since? Maybe it's like you know, like sometimes when a plant's not growing, it's just not in the right soil, right? So maybe you just kind of make sure it's. I don't know shit about runes.
Neither do I. Only that one's kind of in my head.
Just one in your head? Okay. No, we don't. It's okay. I'm gonna put that in my pocket, and I'm gonna work through it later. So what do we do? It sounds like I'm moving everyone to Kinward, which I can do. I mean, you know, not enough trees there, but it's fine. We'll go to Kinward. And what are you gonna do?
Zirian asked us to go do something in the Divine Lands.
Okay.
So, me and the others are going there later today.
Okay. Are you up for that? I mean, I don't look too hot, but you look better than me, and that's not it's kind of a low bar. You know, at the moment.
Yeah, yeah, we have to. It's the last chance. So.
Okay. Well, I mean, hey, if there's anyone I would trust with the last chance, it's you and them. So.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I can look at that room first.
It's worth a shot, right? Never hurts to have one more last chance, I guess, in your pocket.
Yeah.
But you get so brave, huh? When did that happen? I feel like it was like, I don't know, last year you were hiding behind my skirts from a big astral whale, and now look at you. You're doing all this shit. I'm just sitting here feeling sorry for myself. You did. And everyone, but it's fine. It doesn't really matter.
I think I learned it from you.
Well, maybe I can learn it from myself too, because I don't really know where it went.
You've led these people for... How old am I? 80
Fuck
years?
if I know. She kind of laughs.
I know many of them won't want to leave. I don't know how much choice we can give them.
I know you're busy. When you're done with the things you gotta do, I might need your help with the elders. You know, they don't really listen to me like they listen to you, so.
I don't know if I can get the Iron Trees to go.
Yeah.
It's that's the future Willow problem.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, good planning. We've got this. Got it? You've got this.
Kind of looks over the shoulder. Also, Adventures and Birch are gonna be like making out in like maybe.
What? Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, that's good.
The end of the world prompts some confessions, apparently.
Any other confessions?
Gives his mom a look.
Kind of like wiggles her eyebrows a little.
Maybe a few.
Kind of like very clearly trying to like not be embarrassing in this moment. She kind of like sits up and her like shoulders wiggle a little, and she's like, "Okay, all right, yeah.
Don't do that.
I didn't do anything.
Just normal, please.
If somebody made a confession, I'm happy for them, and if they didn't, I'm sure that they'll make the right choice. It was probably sooner than later, because you know all the shit's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get out of here, please.
Okay, whoa. This is my forest, thank you. I'll get out of here when I want to get out of here. You get out. Don't actually get out. I can't even joke about that. So you should come more often because I miss you.
Get out of here and get better. You're gonna need it.
Okay. She kind of like pushes themselves up a little bit from the dirt. And then we'll like lean over and still kind of holding your head a little bit. We'll press a kiss to your forehead and look down at you and just sort of very like fondly smooth some of your leaves back. And it very much gives you a look that there's 1,000 more things that she wants to say, but they don't. And just kind of smiles a little bit and walks off. And we will pull back and go to some other people who are in Woodward right now. Hey, Ventress, that was like a thing you wanted to do, right? Just like a little small quick thing.
Yeah, just really quick. I think Ventress pulls Birch over to like where they were sitting like a few days ago with the party that was in Woodward on a little log or something.
Sure. Birch kind of like, as you pull them away, like looks at Flint, who's now alone in the forest, and kind of like gives him a little like wave. And we'll go with you.
Go.
I have to tell you something. And
okay.
I would prefer under this was a different circumstance, because I would like to do it better than this and when you were feeling better, but I don't know how much time I have left. And
are you canceling the vacation? Because like it's fine. And no, you're not. You're not. You're going. You're still going.
I'm definitely still going. Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah.
I just needed to tell you this, and I'm not gonna ramble. I'm not gonna ramble. I promise I'm not gonna ramble.
You can ramble if you want to ramble. I really like it when you ramble. So if you like want, you don't have to, but you can if you want.
No, totally prepared. I totally prepared for this, and
okay.
Just I know I have the right words, but it feels like there aren't enough words. And Birch, everything that I feel like I've been taught my whole life has been thrown out the window these past few days. And one thing I do know is that I'm in love with you. Like, bad, like so bad that when I think about it too much, the world starts to spin. And it's okay if you don't feel the same way. I just really finally. Yeah, hi.
Oh, I'm in love with you too. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, like really bad. Like it's
so
kind of embarrassing. Not that I'm embarrassed because like you're great, and I didn't think you were ever gonna say this
same way
to me. And yeah.
Yeah, it makes me feel sick if I think about it too long. I just
Yeah. I mean, I feel sick in general. But I don't
Yeah,
feel
I
sick when
know.
I think about you. I feel like I'm gonna like pass out a little bit, but like in a good way, not in like a bad. Can I kiss you? Is that okay?
Yeah, of
Can we
course
find-
you
Okay,
kiss me. I
great.
would like that a lot. Okay.
Birch will lean forward and plant one on you. Pun intended.
Smooches.
Oh.
Cute.
Cute. Is there anything else
Cute.
you'd like to do in this moment before we
Now
go?
she's just gonna make out with Birch.
Yeah. Nice. Excellent. Birch will be there as long as you want to be there.
Eventually, Willow just joins Flint in the bushes.
They're both just like standing there, arms crossed.
All right.
It took him long enough.
I
Jesus
know.
Christ.
What the fuck's wrong?
Yeah,
we
Willow.
We will pull back from there to Corin and Saren. You are walking through Kenward, right?
Yep.
Amazing. Saren is kind of next to you, like arms crossed, very much putting on a show of being unhappy to be here. Yeah, you step into Kenward, you see kind of the same thing you've seen for the last few days, that some of the vines are dying a little bit, and the chatter of human life in here is not quite as bright and joyful and loud as it once was, but other than that, looks okay. You're in Kenward.
Yeah, I think so. The first place they're headed is to his house so he can go talk to his parents.
Sure.
But I think on the way there, like Corin is unusually quiet. And then when they're like about halfway, or maybe they're in the last leg of getting to his parents, Corin just kind of stops and I'm gonna tell my parents as much as I can about this so that they're ready when things get worse. And then I'm going to talk to the rest of Kenward.
Oh, like the whole. Okay.
I'm not gonna mention. Just get ready and open up their doors if possible to anyone from Woodward or Tideward that want to come here since things aren't so bad. But
Okay.
Do you know why I became a counselor?
No, please feel free to give me all your like motive and backstory and stuff.
Because the others were doing it.
Okay.
They each have what feels like good and deep and profound reasons to want to be here and doing this, and I just didn't know what I was doing, and I was like, why not try this? And I'm glad I've done a good job at it, but I'm not either of the three, and things have been fine. There hasn't been anything serious since I've been a counselor, and I don't know what to do here. I don't know how I'm supposed to properly lead everybody, how to help.
It's a hell of a hobby you got here, Corin. Okay, look, I'm gonna be like nice here, and I just want that noted down on the record, so that no one can ever accuse me of being like, a dick again. Listen. Kind of like folds his arms a little bit and will like circle around to stand in front of you so you can't walk. If I have learned anything, it's that sometimes the best leaders are the people who don't really want the job. And that the other is also true. The inverse. Yeah?
Yeah.
So as far as I see it, it doesn't really fucking matter why you took the job. It matters that you're in the job and that you're doing a good job and that you can continue to do that if you want to. Right now, these people need someone who, whatever reason they decided to take up the mantle, are in it. Corin, are you in it?
I think he pauses and thinks about it a little bit longer than is probably comfortable, but then finally says, yes, I'm in it.
Then who fucking cares why you're here, man? You're looking after these people when they need to be looked after. And as far as I see it, they're not dead yet, so... you're doing it. And I get like the whole inferiority complex thing or whatever you've got going on, okay? But like, you're doing a good job. You've got a good heart. Just sometimes being a leader is just being the one to stand up and take charge and make decisions and live with it when nobody else will. So, get up there. Make a decision. Take charge. Do the whole fucking thing. So they need it. And, you know, you could be worse at it, I guess. So, not as good as I would have been, but... And you see, Cern is, like, smiling when they say this. The last one was a joke.
Oh, no, I definitely believe it. I could be a counselor for the rest of my long life and not be as great as you would have been.
At this rate, it seems like you're probably gonna have to be.
Oh, God. Okay.
Good?
Yep. Yeah.
You need to punch something?
Is that an invitation to hit you?
I guess. I don't know, if it helps you, like, get your shit together, then sure. But you know, like, not the face, because I'm real pretty.
So pretty. You know, I think that only... No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I might take you up on that more in like a let's get into a bar fight at some point when things settle down together.
Sure. Yeah, you let me know. I kind of owe you for the not backing you up on the dragon thing, so yeah. But you know, you can only invite me when you're ready to get your ass kicked, so.
Oh. You kick my ass? I fought a dragon by myself.
Uh-huh, and I was a counselor like before you were born, so.
We're gonna have an actual fight and see who comes out on top.
Good. Maybe not right now, because you know there's like bigger problems or whatever.
Yeah.
But hey, you let me know, and I'm there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to my parents then.
Am I like coming with you? Your parents are very nice people. It just feels like maybe, I don't know what you're gonna say, but if it's a hey, the world is ending conversation, I probably like shouldn't be there for that. On account of, I have been told I have a bad bedside manner, so.
If you would like to continue with me, you can. If you want to be there and go ransack the kitchen, which has a lot of great food in it, you definitely can. Yep. Mm-hmm. That was going to be my offer because I was sure you were not going to want to be in the exact room while I was doing this.
No.
But yeah, there's lots of food.
Okay, how about here? Let me pitch it. How about I stand outside on the street and then you go in your kitchen and you open the window and you leave something on the windowsill that I can snack on, and then you do your thing.
Okay. Yep.
Nice.
You can totally do that.
Great. And I'll keep an eye on the ward or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Good talk. If you ever tell anyone it happened, I'll kill you.
You'll try.
You see, Soren kind of from a step in front of you, like twirls their fingers on one hand, and you catch just a glimpse of this like shining like silvery blue trident that spins and then disappears into magic. And they like look over their shoulder at you and smirk and go, "Yeah, I don't have to worry about trying." And you can very much so go to your parents' house. Are you just walking in?
Yep, I walk straight in, go to the kitchen, get something, and put it on the windowsill for this man.
You see, you see like one shoulder in the frame of the window, and just a hand comes over and takes whatever it is that you've placed there, and then the shoulder disappears from sight. You can close the window. And yeah, as you kind of walk in, you can hear Opal and Sky, your mom and your mama, talking in like the family room. You don't hear your dad anywhere, but they seem to just kind of be like chatting.
I think he like spends a moment in the kitchen to brace himself, because like the last time he was here, he was like, "Hey, I'm moving out," and then walked away so they couldn't, talk to him about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes to where he hears them.
Sure. You walk in, and we have met Sky and Ash, your mama and your dad, but we have not met your mom, Opal. Would you like to tell us a little bit about what she looks like?
Damn it, do I remember what my mom looks like? Yes, I do. One second.
No, you're so valid for that. Please take your time. It's been a hot minute.
It has. The reason I remember what Ash looks like is because I'm practically his twin.
Sure.
I will say the thing we like know off the top of the top about my mom is that she works with a bunch of a lot of younger kids, kids that are like getting into too much trouble than they should be and making sure they're on the straight and narrow. That's how Corin got into some tomfoolery. Okay, actually, okay, so my mom Opal also has like lava hair like the rest of us, but it's very much think like big kind of afro lava hair, like light brown skin, think like yeah, light brown skin covers it. Light brown skin and eyes, and just very much she's taller than my dad. She's where I get my height from. She's like 5'10". But yeah, that's Opal.
Hell yeah. You walk in and you can kind of see Sky, your mama, is sort of like dressed in a robe. Very clearly has kind of just been like hanging around the house all day. Her feet are like propped up. She's like in an armchair, but she's sitting like a gay person, where like her back is against one of the arms and her legs are over the other arms. And she's kind of turned to talk to Opal, who is kind of sitting on the couch. Very clearly has like been out for the day. But you see like a tissue box and some tissues. You get the sense that maybe they're not feeling too good either. And they both look up as you enter and go, and you see Opal kind of like stands because she's not sitting like a gay person, just so she can do that a little quicker. And looks and goes, Corin, hi. Sorry, I haven't seen you. Come here. We'll like round the couch and pull you in for this big hug. I go,
Yeah.
oh hi, you left so quick last time. I didn't get a chance to really give you a hug.
I know. I'm sorry.
Are you
about
okay?
That. Where's Dad?
Sky will kind of like tip her head backwards a little bit to look at you and say, "Oh, he's taking a nap. You know how it is right now. We're getting real close to the day, so you told him to take it easy. So finally listened, apparently."
Oh God,
Are you
I
okay?
did. I'm gonna go get him. I need to talk to the three of you.
Sky kind of like raises her up and goes, "All right, it's on you though." For he wakes up grumpy.
I know. I'll have a snack with him. So Corin will go upstairs and wake up his dad and like.
Sure.
Offer up
Ash is a little grumpy and a little groggy, but will, with their very pregnant self, he'll kind of make his way downstairs and sit on the couch, and whatever snack you've brought is a peace offering. He'll take. And, your parents are sitting, kind of waiting for you to say whatever it is you've very clearly come to say.
Things are not great.
Okay.
I points to his mom and his mama. The two of you aren't feeling great, huh?
I mean, I felt better, but yeah, I probably just got something working with all. You know how kids are, that put everything in their mouth, and then, the stuff that was in their mouth they put back, and then it's covered in. It's very easy to catch things from kids. It's probably just that. So.
I know it's not just that.
What do you mean it's not just that?
The runes are sick.
Oh.
All of them, but Tideward and Woodward are the worst.
Okay.
And things aren't gonna get better, or probably not gonna get better.
Your dad kind of sits up a little. What do you mean they're not gonna get better? How much worse are they gonna get?
I want all of you to pack up anything you'd take with you if you had to leave and maybe couldn't come back.
Oh. Okay, that bad. Yeah, it's just, I'm a little.
I know.
For travel.
I know. I'm gonna talk to the rest of Kinward about being ready in case an evacuation is needed, but an evacuation is going to be needed. And I need to know y'all are gonna be ready and safe if I'm gonna do the other things that I have to do.
Okay. I can help get things together. You know, I work with people a lot. I can kind of pull together some resources. But I mean, are you sure that it's really that bad?
There, maybe there's the smallest chance we can fix it, but I don't think it's gonna work.
Sky kind of like sits up a little bit from where she's been laying back and goes, "All right. Well, we'll make it work. We'll make do like we always do. And you won't have to worry about us. You just do what it is that you have to. Try and make it work. Okay?"
Okay.
And she'll kind of like lean forward a little bit to catch your eye when you bow your head, and she goes, "Hey, no matter what happens, we'll be all right. We'll come out on the other side of it, okay? We're the four of us. We're a real stubborn group of people. It's gonna take a lot more than whatever the fuck this is to change that."
Yeah. And just in case things go badly and y'all are fine and I'm not, I know I've been really
Wait, I'm
acting
sorry.
weird
What do you
lately.
mean if you're not?
I
'Cause that's not an option. So
will do my best to be wherever it is the three of you are.
well, good. Then I'll see you there when you are there.
And I think Corn very clearly realizes there's no point in trying to have like I've been acting weird, I'm sorry, in case things don't go great. So he just leaves it at that and gives them all a kiss and a very big hug before leaving.
They will each give you a very, 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 very tight hug, and you can set off. We are gonna kind of do a little skip of time here, if that's all right with everyone, to meet up once again on the way down to, I believe, the rune is the plan.
Yeah, I mean, we were all going to meet up at the docks, and I believe we
Right.
get to the rune through the ocean anyway, right?
So true.
So I think when everyone kind of meets up again,
Mhm.
Willow's kind of already there, and you can tell she's like looking kind of like got something on their mind. They're kind of sidestepping from like foot to foot, and then they kind of catch your eye as you approach Molly. And he's like,
Hey, you look antsy. What's going on?
How's your mom?
She's doing okay. She's fighting it. But she's a lot better than I think other people are. How's yours?
Not good.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll look at everyone. I wanna try and fix the Tidewood rune again. Just one last time. I know Kalara's been trying, but I did it before. And what have we got to lose?
Sure, it'll work. Vendors is beaming. Like, she's like full of confidence. Like, we got it. We got it. It's gonna be great.
Wait.
It's really
That's an important
dangerous.
question. Very quickly, did you bring Birch back with you, Ventures?
Can Birch come with us? Can please?
Sure.
Slay.
Yeah, Birch is like holding your
Birch would be
hand,
a
standing like
terrible
half a step
activity,
behind,
Birch.
and it's just, yeah, sounds great.
Y'all look really cute. But congrats
Thank
on
you.
that. But guys,
Thanks.
Will, this is
Thanks.
of course. This is really dangerous, Will.
Yeah, hasn't this been making Kalara sick? Touching the runes and trying to...
I'm already tied to this rune. I already feel like shit. I don't know what happens if this rune doesn't get better to anyone or to me. So
I think Pamali, like, reading Willow and realizing, like, they are set on this track. She goes over.
if there's any chance that we can take the gods with us, or we don't have, if there's any chance, we have to try.
Willow. I don't want you getting hurt for the sake of me. But I understand wanting to try. Because I want to try too. So whatever you need. I'm gonna help you with that. And she holds their hand.
I can't do this without you guys.
Right here.
Birch will kind of take a little bit of a step forward and go, and I mean, I don't really know what's going on, but I'm good with magic, so maybe I can, you know.
Okay.
I think it's a bad idea, but follow you to the ends of the world.
I don't know what's going on, and I'm not good at magic, so I'm probably gonna be useless.
So you're probably screwed, huh?
You're just gonna have to hold
Yeah.
my hand for a bit, Flynn. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
Is Seren with us too?
Yeah, probably. Just like standing like behind Flint, a little bit off, staring at all of you.
All right.
Okay.
Am I invited? Am I also? I'm just sorry. I'm
Yeah, if you
No,
want to
babe,
hold
you're
her
too
hand.
hot not to be invited.
kind of grins a
Whoa.
little. Okay. What?
Pamali goes,
Seren gives you a look, but it's like a very fond, exasperated.
all right. If you don't have an air bubble, I'll cast water breathing on you. Go.
All right, and all of you can set off once again on this familiar path down to the Tideward Road. We're gonna kind of fast forward through this journey a little bit, both for time and because we saw it just like 2 days ago in game, I guess technically. And we will kind of pick up just outside the tunnel where you first met up with Seren those days ago. With the, he's kind of Flynn. How good of a swimmer are you? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I feel
We
like
haven't seen Flint as a swimmer
was a
yet. So
pirate.
yeah, that's true. Okay, yeah.
I feel like I'm a good swimmer.
Yeah, pirates can swim.
Every pirate ever can swim.
Pirates
Yeah.
are really good.
I love how long that took me.
Yeah, all of you can kind of swim back to this tunnel. Seren is sort of like a little bit off to the side, as if trying to like guard one side of the group. And every now and then we'll kind of like give you a little look, Flint, just to make sure that you're good and you're like not getting taken by a current and you're fine. And eventually all of you can once again kind of step through this like watery shield of magic that is sort of like the water seal for this tunnel, and step in. For my close good friend TT, who was not here the last time we were here, this is sort of a very, very long tunnel with this very like rocky, kind of damp, almost coral-like walls in a little archway all the way around. Each step that you take sort of lights a little bit with these like bioluminescence that tracks your every footfall and ripples a little bit and then will vanish. And at the very end of it is this huge open cavern in which the room is. Are any of you doing anything before you walk into this room? Are we marching right down?
Thank you for the recap, but
You're
bold of
welcome,
you
I
to
love
assume
you.
that I wasn't watching every
No,
second.
the thing is, I know that you saw it, but you weren't here, and so I don't want you to feel like I'm excluding you, TT. I love you.
I appreciate it.
Before we walk in, I think Ventress just wants to kind of bump Seren and be like, sorry about the intervention we did here the other day. That was, yeah.
Kind of like glance, doesn't like move their head to look at you, but just like their eyes kind of glance in the corner of his eye to look down at you. Kind of No worries. No hard feelings.
All right. You're
It's
sure?
fine. I am sure.
All right. All right. You sound sure. All right.
I do, because I am. Fuck
Yeah.
this. And we'll kind of like walk a little quicker instead to walk next to Flint. Are we walking into the big room?
Yeah, Willow's like has their fingers intertwined with Pomale's and kind of like leans in and is like, you know, you may have to hold up your promise of loving me as a tree.
Oh. Well, all right. We'll see what you can do. You better be the best tree out here. Even if you're the worst tree, I'll probably still feel the same way. I'm babbling, aren't I? Go.
I'll drop your hand and kind of step into the room.
Yeah, you step into this room and you can instantly see, I think from afar, you almost like all of you, for just a moment, there's this sort of spark of dread of, oh my god, there's no magic in this. Because when you stepped in this the first time, the light was crackling and bright, and now it almost looks like there's none there. This is a dimly lit cavern. And as you get a little closer, you can see the lines that all of you worked so hard together to carve and to fix are still lit with that same kind of bluish greenish glow, but it is faint and it flickers. And you can see these sort of cavern walls which continue upwards, upon which just a couple days ago there was this like blooming like sea anemones, is that what they're called? Like the blooming flowers and sea anemones, and this sort of like what's that? Tide pool? Like tide pool kind of life, like sea urchins and all of this bright coral, all of that has sort of withered. There's places where you can see maybe there was once some kind of plant and there is no longer. There's sort of the dried remains of plants. Seashells that have sort of fallen to the ground, where once maybe there was a little bit of magical life and now there is nothing. Then you are in this room and it is cold. It is really, really cold in here. But you are looking down at the rune.
Willow kind of stands like a foot away from it, kind of recalling the last time they reached out to this rune and the last time they made contact, and it was not particularly pleasant the first time around, but is like really bracing themselves for whatever is going to happen this time around, and kind of like looks up and meets the eye of each of his friends. I don't know how this is going to go. But, you know, friendship circle and all that. Okay.
You say friendship circle and Birch will stand up and take one of your hands and just kind of nod.
I think we'll kind of like squeeze it and then like put it on his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we'll take Pomale's and do the same.
Ventress is holding Birch's hand already.
Corn's got Pomale's.
Flint grabs cords.
And Siren grabs Flint's. And I do need everybody to remember whose hand they were holding in this order. I will need that in just a moment, but not right now. Don't worry about it. And Willow, you are here at the rune. How are you making contact?
I think Willow just takes a knee down into the sand and kind of like flexes their hands and just places a hand either side of the rune, and just as an immediate like thrum in their body as they connect to like their own innate magic and that part of them that is iron tree that they don't often tap into.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, their eyes just like glow a little bit, even though this cavern's very dark, before he closes them and just begins to walk that pathway between his mind and the rune.
Yeah, you sort of begin stepping down this path in your mind. And it goes from being this well-worn forest path with these brightly colored leaves and the smell of flowers. And the more you step, the darker it gets. And the more it feels like you are in a forest that won't end, and you don't know your way. And then suddenly you kind of blink and you feel that connection to the rune that you felt the other day. Like a line pulled taut connect. And what you feel is like a panicked animal reaching out and grabbing hiding behind the first thing it can. It is not nearly as strong as it was, but you find yourself in this moment, in this a very familiar kind of image that the rune gave you not that long ago, of a tree with a little sprout at the bottom. But the sprout now is hardly visible in this sea of huge, gnarled roots and branches that overtake as far as you can see. You can barely keep your footing standing on these roots. And this tree, which was once large, but you could see the top, is now so big, you just tipping your head back to look at it, you feel dizzy. You are in the center of the shadow of this tree, along with this sprout whose leaves are withering and brown. And all you can see is this tree, and you can feel this rune almost like it is grasping onto the corners of your mind, looking for anything to get it out of this shadow. What would you like to do?
I think standing in the shadow of this tree, Willow looks up at it and turns his back on it and kneels over this sprouted tree.
Sure.
So that it's in his shadow instead, and kind of like digs his hands into the earth as best as he can around these kind of choking roots, and just kind of like before allow his hands to turn into like roots of their own, and just try and shield it as much as he can. And whatever magic inside him he can muster, he just wants to pump into this tree.
You kind of reach down to dig your hands into the soil, and you are used to the feeling of sort of like damp forest soil. When you put your hands in this, it almost stings. It feels like acidic, like this ground is so toxic and tainted that to even touch it is to hurt. And you still kind of reach down to grab these roots, and you're searching for them, and you feel your own, and you can't find the roots of this sprout anymore. You remember from this vision before, it was trying to put down roots and it couldn't from the ones of this tree, and it's almost if now they are just unreachable. They were looking so hard to find something to grasp onto that they did, and it wasn't the soil. And as you have your hands in this soil, you feel kind of creeping up from the ground one of these gnarled roots, and it comes up and it grips your wrist tightly. And then the other, this root comes up and grips it. And you feel kind of coming up from the other side, from where you're kneeling onto your feet, these roots crawl up you and grab you. And they are holding you so tight it almost hurts. Do you do anything?
I think all Willow knows how to do is like
Ooh.
the
Nah.
Oh.
I'm doing fine. Are you okay?
Hi, sorry.
It's okay.
Keep going.
Okay.
Okay.
We're good. Yeah. Tell me all about the thing that Woodland knows how to do.
The way they made this connection before was just through the power of like their mind and the connection that they have with all living things. Sure. And I think Willow tries to pull on that now, even though he's inside a dream, a vision, whatever it is. I think he's pulling on every innate like connection to every place he's been, not just to Thelen, but he's trying to remember every significant piece of nature he's walked through in the archipelago itself, every tiny root he has placed down in his life across the galaxy, and reach out to that network and try and, through him, find a different network for this sprout to reach onto, and at the same time is pushing against this larger tree with everything she has.
You start to think of these memories almost like you are now, like the rune, reaching out to anything stable to hold on to. And the more that you feel yourself reaching out for something of comfort, the more roots come up and grab onto some part of you, your clothes, your hair, your skin, lashing onto you, and they begin to pull and pull as hard as they can, trying to drag you down into the dirt. And as these roots move, the soil is displaced and the sprout vanishes from your sight. Under earth and root, it is gone. Are you resisting these roots, or are you letting them pull you?
Resisting them.
All right, I'm gonna need a Constitution saving throw.
Where's
get
my Willow dice,
guidance?
Mish?
Okay.
What does this look like
Ventress,
on the
you cannot.
outside?
No.
As for you guys, Willow looks fine. In this moment, Willow looks exactly like he did before.
Constitution save.
Yes.
15.
15.
That's with the -2.
You are summoning up this part of you and fighting, and it's almost like somehow the harder you fight, the more you feel yourself begin to sink and sink and sink until these roots, your eyes are the only thing out on top of this soil, and you can see the roots writhing, and just from somehow 20 feet away you see that sprout appear again, and another root comes and circles it. And just as it is gone, so are you. And now you are deep in the soil, and you cannot see anything, and you cannot hear anything. It is all encompassing and crushing and suffocating. And just in this moment where you feel the panic start, you blink, and you're in your office. You're sitting in a familiar chair, staring at a familiar couch, upon which a figure is laying. This figure, who is one that you have never seen before, but somehow you know. This is a client of yours. This is a friend of yours. It is a man with smooth tanned skin, a strong jaw and features, and this long jet black hair that sort of cascades down from his head onto the floor a little bit and blends into this sort of dark black cloak that he is wearing that is just a cloak. You could see this sort of soft heart light is kind of filtering in from the window just behind you, bathing this figure in shining light. He looks beautiful. He looks like you can barely look away from him because he is so like radiant in this moment, and you can smell some kind of like incense, kind of that's like cedarwood and orange flowers, and your breathing comes a little bit easier from the smell of it, and you could feel the exhaustion kind of smooth from your shoulders, and then it's gone like it was never there in the first place. And do you think Willow takes notes during these sessions?
Mhm.
So you see like your notepad kind of in front of you, and there isn't a name at the top like there normally is, but you are holding a pen sitting on this couch, and this figure kind of looking up at the ceiling a little bit, and like hands folded very comfortably and casually across his chest, kind of says, I've never really done one of these before, so I don't really know how it works.
Well, this time is yours to do with what you wish.
Right, so I mean, am I supposed to talk about, all the things, the way that my parents didn't, kind of like cracks a smile a little bit, hug me enough, or I mean, what do most people talk about in these?
A range of things. Sometimes the parents didn't hug them enough. Sometimes our worst enemy is ourselves.
You see Sunder, kind of like his head turns to face you, and he looks at you and he goes, they didn't really have parents because, godhood and stuff, so I guess that would kind of qualify under not hugging me enough.
I wondered when we'd speak.
Me too. I admit I expected to be the one to reach out to you, not the other way around, but I'm happy you did.
It's my job.
It's nice to meet you, Willow.
I'm glad you came.
Me too. So, do you, don't, you normally, like, ask questions or something? Lead the conversation? I mean, surely you must have thoughts about me and my issues.
It's a common misconception about therapy that
Is
we
it?
do all the talking and lead the questions, but I find we get the most value out of this time. Me just listening and making observations where I can and where I see fit. So,
Right.
Sunder, why are you here today?
Well, I mean, I guess I could say I didn't want you to feel left out. But, you know, I don't know. It's been a long time, I guess, since I've had someone to talk to who I thought might actually listen. You seem like a good listener. It's like your whole thing.
So I've been told.
Kind of like, we'll look away from you and look kind of back up at the ceiling. And you can almost like, at the ceiling, you can almost feel like it's not like it's your normal ceiling. It is this expanse of stars. It is literally an expanse. It is the galaxy, the whole galaxy. And Sunder is gazing on it like it is the most beautiful thing he's ever seen. And he says, you know, for a really long time, this is the only thing I got to look at. Just the stars and the planets and all of the places out there where people were living their happy little mortal lives. Their little cares that won't last more than a decade. I guess it's nice to see it again as almost a free man. So excited to be a free man.
What will you do with your freedom?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, you know, I've got a couple things to tick off the old list first. But after that, I mean, I don't know. I guess, what's that saying? The world is my oyster?
Yeah. I guess I'm wondering, what brings you joy? Freedom can't really be enjoyed without something, someone to make you happy. Do you have any hobbies?
You say someone, and you see his expression darkens. Just a smidge. And then it is back. Hobbies. Well, I mean, you know, things that bring me joy. Justice. Brings me joy. Writing the scales of justice. Somewhat. Well, I mean, I guess there is kind of a new someone to mentor in my life. Maybe two. I don't know, depending on how things go. But, hobbies. I don't know, it's kind of hard to develop a hobby when you're at the bottom of a deep dark hole, you know? I used to like fishing a lot. Kind of the quiet of the morning and the peace of it all. I don't know if I'd really like it anymore. You know, just feels a little needlessly cruel. Catch something, let it go for fun. Do you have any hobbies I should try?
I like gardening. I'm probably kind of a plant guy, in case it wasn't obvious.
Maybe I will try gardening. I like, there's a lot of potential. Gardening and new things, watching things grow. Good. Might be nice.
These mentors of yours. Do you often resort to manipulation to keep people with you? Is there no other way? Do you fear that maybe they wouldn't stick around if you didn't.
I thought therapists weren't supposed to be so biased, Willow. I don't know, it was just a little targeted.
You're not my client.
Could be. I don't know, I thought you'd like to, sift through all this. Seem like a fixer. Thought maybe you could fix.
Therapists don't fix.
Hmm.
And I'm fully booked.
Ah, well, I think you might have an opening pretty soon. So.
You're deflecting my question.
The one about manipulating people?
Yeah.
I don't think it's manipulating so much as it's offering people the things they want and are too scared to get on their own. Yeah, it benefits me. I think all good friendships should help both sides.
You know a lot about what people want, Sunder?
A bit. Why?
that
Do
like
you want
a-
me to show you what I think you want?
No, I'm just interested in your methods. Is this a divine power, or is it more of like an instinct thing?
Bit of both. I spent, really long time listening to mortals tell me all the things they wanted that they wanted me to make happen, and so I've gotten pretty good at looking at people, digging around in their mind for a second, and figuring out what probably calls to them. It's not hard. People are not nearly as complex as they like to think that they are, so.
I think people are very complex.
Well, you're one of them, so you're a little
I know, I'm
biased.
just a mortal. Do you like
Yeah.
being a god?
Not really a god yet, again, but had its pros and cons. Do you like being immortal?
I don't know any different, but
You could.
really?
Could have a little taste. Nothing like, true godhood, but I could make you live a little longer.
Is that what you think I want?
Not really.
Why offer it?
Seemed like maybe you were curious. Who am I to stamp out curiosity?
I am curious, actually.
Are you?
Yeah.
About what?
You said you're pretty good at knowing what people want.
Hmm.
Did you anticipate your wife not wanting to come back?
Sunder's face, in an instant, falls. And the cloak is no longer a cloak, it is shadow. And the shadows in his face roil. And suddenly you blink and it seems like he's bigger than he was. He is a more imposing figure, and he's not laying on the couch anymore, he's seated. And he's looking at you like a predator that's just found its lunch. He looks at you and he says, "That's the thing with you mortals. One person tells you something and says, 'Don't worry, it's the truth.' And you say, 'Okay.' I really thought you'd be better than that, Willow."
I'm not really bothered about disappointing you.
Well, that's good. But I'm not your father. Where is he, by the way? Do you know? I do.
Yeah?
See, that's the nice thing about being a god or something akin to it. You know a lot of things, and some of those things pretty useful to little guys like you.
Okay. So, is that the carrot you're gonna dangle? The father I never met?
Thing is, there's so many carrots that could dangle for you, isn't there?
Sure. Try another one.
Let me give it a try. And Sunder lifts his fingers and snaps, and the scene around you shifts, and suddenly you are in a forest. You're not sitting anymore, you're standing. You can feel this soft, perfectly soft grass under your feet, and it is covered in this morning dew. There's this sort of like morning mist a little bit that hovers in the air just on top, and this forest seems to go on forever. You can smell the wildflowers that sort of populate this grass, and there's little mushrooms, perfect little mushrooms, just on every tree and surface. It is the most beautiful forest you have seen by far. And you can kind of see as the first rays of light, of sunlight, not heart light, begin to stream through the canopy. There's a number of hammocks surrounding you, not unlike the ones in Woodward, but a little different. And in them you see Pamali asleep, her face perfectly stress-free and eased, not a line or a care on her features. And in her arms is a bundle so small it almost seems impossible. And just this perfect blend of earth and sea, and you feel warm when you look at them. And sort of laying on the ground underneath the hammock is a dog with poppies on its neck. And its petals are vibrant, and it is happy and asleep. And here in something that feels like home or close enough, you know nothing bad can reach you. It would never reach you. And you look around and you see another hammock with Birch and Ventress, and another one with your mom. And you are surrounded by these people that you love in a place that will never fade, will never die. Nobody can ever touch unless you let them. And the Sunder kind of walks out from behind the tree, crosses his arms, and stands next to you. How's this? Is that close enough?
I think it's sad.
What makes it sad?
That you have to rely on games just to talk to people. Just talk to me.
It's a little hard to just talk to someone when you're at the bottom of a deep, dark hole, Willow.
You've been doing a lot of things from the bottom of that deep, dark hole.
You assume I'm the one doing them, and not just the one giving the instruction.
You're the one here right now. We're talking now.
So what, you want a boring little place? You don't want something kind of like Eyes Drift Molly? Something nice to look at, to remind you why you're fighting so hard.
Okay, sorry, I interrupted you. This is, this scene, this is what you could give me.
Yeah. Along with a lot of other stuff. Like I said, this is an educated guess. Is there something else you want?
I'm more interested in what you want. Why'd you need me?
I told you, Willow, I want justice. But the thing is, you mortals, you're funny little things. You're loud and you're annoying and you ask for too much, but you're also, you know, kind of fond of you. A lot of your type used to follow me pretty well. And, it's not your fault that the gods fed you a story. It's not your fault that you fell for it. You're mortals, that's all you can do. So, I'm offering you a way out. You don't have to be in the scales when I balance them. That's my offer to you and your loved ones.
Is it justice? Is it revenge? Is it grief?
Honestly, it's It's been a long time, I think, since I've been able to differentiate from the three of them. They all kind of just feel the same to me these days.
Maybe that's the problem.
Maybe.
Maybe you don't know what's balanced anymore.
That's all I have. A rusty set of scales. And God, an urge to balance them. It's part of my
And when the
charm.
balancing
So
is
people say.
done, what will you do then? What will
I
you
don't
have
know. Maybe
left?
try gardening.
Whose garden? If you destroy them all.
Well, I have a feeling a couple will be vacant when I'm done with this particular group of gods. So. And in this moment, we're gonna kind of, just for a moment, pause and pull back from outside of Willow. Those of you who are around Willow, a second kind of passes of you holding each other, and then from the places where your hands are touching each other, it almost feels like an electric jolt goes through, and suddenly you realize you cannot remove your hand. And those of you who are near the front can see black smoke clouding over Willow's eyes and roiling out from them.
What's happening?
And Birch looks
thunder.
back at the group and goes, "What? What? What do you mean? What do we? I can't move my hand. What do you mean? It's what do we do? How do we?
It's
No,
fine.
guys,
Nothing.
guys,
Yeah, it's not fine.
It's okay. It's okay.
it's Cinder. They're probably in a trance right now. The best thing that we can probably do is try to give them a path to follow when they're ready to come out of it. That's how I was able to do it, right? Just walk out of it. So, Birch, maybe doing a Woodward whistle, Willow's whistle, just give them a trail to follow for when they can come back.
What if they
Okay.
can't come back?
It definitely will be able to.
They're
That's not an
currently
option.
attached to a rune. Isn't this
I have an
whole thing
idea. I have
fucking
an idea.
channeling?
What's your idea, Ventress?
James.
Yeah.
I have, from my oath, I have this thing called Kindred Spirits.
Yeah, tell me all about it.
And I think it would be really cool to use. And it's as a bonus action, you strengthen the bond between yourself and the natural world.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if I can use it and like just send the energy through everyone and just kind of strengthen everyone's connection with Willow.
Sure. Yeah, I will say in this moment, as you kind of strengthen this bond magically, anybody, which is everybody, in a moment who will have to make saving throws against arcane exhaustion, all of you can double whatever modifier you're adding to it at a minimum of 1. Yes,
I think
Titi.
as they're all like standing there, Flint's looking at Willow, and I think his hands are shaking from. He hasn't been around to experience some of the stuff that the others have been experiencing.
Sure.
So this is all very new and very disconcerting. And Flint just like sits there looking at Willow for a second, and then glances down at the necklace that's like hanging around his neck, and looks at
Sure.
Molly and says, "Is this like a dream? What's happening?"
Well, kind of, yeah. You're kind of in a dream
It's a
state.
trance. So dream?
Yes. In a sense, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna try something.
Don't go in there. Don't, if that's your idea.
I mean, if you can help, go in there. I mean,
Flint, there's a possibility if you go in there, you will be in the same state as Willow.
we can't just
Just
leave them there.
It
They'll
is
come back.
No, I'm not saying that in order to stop you. I'm telling you just so you know exactly what you're getting into.
All right. I'm too pretty to die, so let's try it.
Oh, God.
Okay.
And I think so. Flint's going to use an item that he
Yeah.
always carries around with him.
Yeah.
And it's called the Relic of Forgotten Dream.
Mm-hmm. What does
So-
it look like when you use this?
So he has this necklace that kind of hangs around his neck that's kind of like an open, it's like kind of a diamond shape that has like kind of glass, and the center is empty, but as he concentrates, the center starts to kind of fill with these swirling images, which are kind of reflecting what's happening in Willow's head.
Mm-hmm.
And as he concentrates, he starts to kind of push and try to basically insert himself into Willow's dream. Inception style.
Inception shit.
As you do this, just as your sort of consciousness and awareness of the place where you are begins to fade, you feel a very soft kiss kind of pressed to your shoulder as Sun has not protested, trusting you, but sort of tries to give you a little bit of hope on the way out. And Flint, you kind of close your eyes and you take this breath and you smell a forest. And you open your eyes. You're in a forest. And you can see Willow and a man you have never seen before, standing side by side talking. And Sunder, who has just sort of said this to you, Willow, frowns and turns and meets eyes with you, Flint, and goes, "Oh, you've got to be fucking with me."
I think Flint, as Sunder's looking at him, turns into Zirian.
Yeah, let me read the thing on your thing real quick. Give me just a second. I think you have to make a check about it, but give me just one. I mean, granted, I will preface this with you are in full eyesight of Sunder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me read. I gotta scroll. Oh, God, okay. Oh boy. Where's the thing? Hang on.
What
Okay.
the fuck?
Okay.
My favorite TV show.
What is happening?
So what it says is that
You were able.
basically I can make myself look like anyone that has my kind of like body mass.
I'm gonna say. So you can disguise yourself. Willow, you look up, you see Zirian. Here's the thing. Sunder was literally looking right at you. So
Mhm.
I'm gonna say I'm just gonna give you a flat deception check. Normally it would be at disadvantage, but because he was looking at you. However, I'm giving you advantage because it's literally in the thing of your item. So just a flat deception check. However, Willow, you were not looking at Flint. You just see Zirian.
Okay. Come on, dude. Oh!
It's an 18.
An 18. Sunder is kind of looking at you with this like exasperated, kind of like exhausted dad look. And you do this, and an eyebrow quirks. And he like does this big sigh, this like disappointed kind of dad sigh. And turns back to you, Willow, and goes, "I'm very sorry for the interruption. Some people don't know how to wait their turn."
Can I insight check Zirian?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because Flint sure is the biggest twink I've ever met in my life.
Sure.
He's sitting there with like a hip cocked.
Why is Zirian a twink?
That's a million.
How
Even
many
with-
a million?
Does 1 million hit, Your Honor?
Like 28 insight
28.
check.
I'm gonna say because you're already in a vision that isn't your own, and already so
Okay.
much weird shit is happening. I'm gonna say you can like tell in your brain that something is not quite right with this, but you don't know that it's Flint. You kind of just know that something weird is happening here, and Sunder's not doing it. And Sunder kind of looks at you, Willow, and like raises his eyebrows at you. You cat got your tongue?
I just raise my eyebrows back.
All right, we'll talk again later, I think.
While this is happening,
Something to do.
can I make some kind of check to see if I'm trying to since I'm in here and I'm like outside of it, like I'm not the direct person being influenced by this.
Yeah.
Can I see like where this is coming from? Like the source of this? If it's Sunder, if it's somebody that Sunder is controlling, or if it's like, is there something that I can tell about like the origin of what's happening right here? And I don't know how to...
Sure. Make me a... What kind of check would you like to make me? Pitch me a check. I'll probably say yes to it.
Because you can walk anywhere in this dream, right?
Yeah, like I can freely move through this, so maybe a perception. Yeah,
sure.
Perception. Come on, man. Goddamn. Okay. All right, that's like 7 plus 7.
14.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Math.
No, you're so valid for that. With a 14, I think you can kind of see or infer, I guess. This is sort of a combination of two things. This is Sunder's magic meeting the things that are like dream structures, for lack of a better word, that are already in Willow's mind. Like, Sunder is only half creating this. He is pulling from the things that already exist in Willow's mind and then fashioning them to fit the purpose that he wants. So it's honestly kind of 50-50. But Willow does not have the same control here that Sunder does.
Could I try to have control over my dream?
Give it a shot. What do you want to do?
I just want to change the setting.
Make me a... I'm going to say a wisdom saving throw. Don't subtract the 2.
Can I help?
In what way would you be trying to help? Because you don't know what Willow's trying to change it to. Listen, it's not a no. If you can pitch me how you're helping, I might say it.
I got in that 20.
On my Willow dice. Nice.
Willow, what are you trying to change the setting to?
Deep dark hole.
A graveyard.
Okay. Describe the graveyard.
It's... The earth is blackened and scorched. Willow thinks back to when he found Corin staring into the heart, and the way Corin muttered about things being destroyed and burning. And he pulls on the own images that his frantic mind has been intrusively placing in his head about Tethel and burning, and smushes them together. And when he closes his eyes, it's not as though the scorching is his doing. It's like he takes the scene that he's standing in and he gathers it up and he protects it and he puts it away. And what's left is Sunder's doing what he is trying to do, and the earth is scorched and smoking, and there are just graves everywhere.
Sure.
And they are standing in front of one that is unmarked.
You kind of almost taking this tether that is between you and Sunder in this moment and pulling it as hard as you can. you create this image, and you see you have almost pulled half a memory from Sunder's mind too, and this connection that goes both ways. And you have created this graveyard, but in the distance you can see the divine lens as you know them, and a crack down the middle of this globe from which starlight and water are pouring out and pouring out. And you see divine lens off in the distance lit with fire, almost like some kind of fallen star in the distance. And you hear from on top of this mountain you're on, you realize you're on Cloudward. You hear just the wails and cries of people with no control. And you stand on this graveyard, and Sunder kind of blinks. And you see for a minute the shadows fall away as he looks at this grave. And his breaths come harder, and he looks down, and there his hand is bloodied. And he looks up at you, and he looks up over at you, Flint. And there is his lip almost snarls at the sight of you, but you know in this moment he is not looking at you, he is looking at the face that you are wearing. And he looks back at you, Willow, and he goes, I guess we're both good, pulling things out of people, aren't we? It's a neat trick.
I think when he looks at Willow, Willow is wearing the expression of a very good and kind and calm person that you have made very angry. You said, you had trouble deciphering between grief and revenge. Pulls the notebook out of his pocket and starts writing. Is my thoughts on the matter. I know grief to be love, and I don't see any love in you, only hate. So there must be none left. He tears the page out of the notebook and just hands it to him. And his hand is like shaking, the paper is shaking in the hand.
You hold this page out, and Sunder kind of looks at you in this moment and does not take it, but instead the hand that is bloodied reaches up and like grasps the side of your face and the back of your neck, and you can feel that kind of cold liquid blood begin to drip down your jaw and your neck. And he leans in and he looks at you with something akin to pity, maybe, but not mercy. And he looks at you and he says, for your sake, I hope you never learned the lesson that I have, which is sometimes there isn't a fucking difference. And then he kind of pulls away and you still feel that blood on your cheek. And Sunder looks at you, Flint.
Flint appears behind Willow and wraps his arms around Willow and gives him a very... It's a look that nobody really sees on Flint's face.
Sure.
But translated through Zirian, it's this look that kind of settles like a well-worn mask, a face that Flint has seen a lot of, just this absolute and utter disdain.
Yeah.
And this just like haughty, like looking down their nose at this person. And yeah, wraps his arms around Willow.
Sunder looks up at you and at this expression, and you see for the first time since you've appeared, this bloodthirsty grin spreads across his face. And he looks up at you and he looks in your eyes, and you know what Willow doesn't know in this moment, that when he looks at you, he sees you. And he says, nice to see you again, Your Highness. And in that moment, you feel the mountain beneath you crack, and both of you begin to fall. And that, unfortunately because of time, is where we're going to leave you for
We
today.
can go over. It's fine.
It's okay if we go over, Jade.
Please let me
We
go
can
over.
keep going. It's just
Kinda
15
fun.
minutes.
But
13 more
Wouldn't it
minutes.
be kind of fun if we left it there for 3 weeks?
No!
We started late. James. We
Yeah,
started
start-
late,
We
James.
started
It's
late.
okay.
And it's
We
now
did
4
start late.
hours at the starting late time, my love. Thank you so much for joining us today. We'll see you right back here in 3 weeks. Don't forget to tune in this Sunday for Tales from Beyond Crow Lane. As always, you can yell at me in the Discord. That's fine. And I love you. Have a snack. Good night.
Good night.
Yeah.